Please remember to switch off your cell phones. Thanks so much.
Mr. Chaskalson.
Thank you, Chair. This morning's witness is Brigadier Mkabela from the SAPS ballistics section.
Thank you. Officer Mkabela, will you swear or will you affirm?
Good morning, Commissioner. I will take an oath, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good morning to you too. Thanks. Do you swear that the evidence you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brigadier. Before we begin, I just want to check that you have the same files as me in front of you. So do you have a file that says Brigadier Mkabela's statement?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And there should be a separate file, or possibly a separate file, that says Brigadier Mkabela annexures.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Brigadier. Then can I ask you to go to the last page of, or the second last page, page 28 of the statement file, which contains your statement, just to confirm that the signature at the foot of the page on page 28 is your signature.
Commissioners, I confirm that that is my signature.
And can you confirm that the contents of the statement are correct?
Commissioners, I confirm that the contents of the statement are correct.
Then, Brigadier, can we go back to the beginning of the statement, and can you tell the Commission where you are stationed?
I am stationed at Forensic Science Laboratory.
And what position do you hold there?
I hold the rank of a brigadier, and I am the head of ballistics section, which is under Forensic Science Laboratory. And I'm stationed in Silverton here in Pretoria.
Thank you, Brigadier. And in paragraphs 3 and 4 of your statement, you talk about your history in the SAPS. Can you just take the Commission through that history and your experience in the SAPS?
Commissioners, I joined the South African Police Services on the 12th of January 1994 and undertook my basic training at the SAPS Basic Training College at Hammanskraal by then. And after my training as a qualified constable, I went further to enroll with the University of South Africa, where I studied full-time at the then SAP Academy, which was situated in Graafrenet. From there, I was stationed to different stations in Mpumalanga. I was stationed at Orisstad, SAPS. I then moved to Witbank, SAPS in Mpumalanga, until I found myself at the Forensic Science Laboratory, where I trained as a qualified ballistic expert for more than 3 years. Later on, I was promoted and appointed to be the provincial head of Forensic Science Laboratory in KZN, a lab which is situated in Amanzimtoti. Around 2010, I was then again transferred to head a ballistic section in Port Elizabeth in the Eastern Cape. Around 2014, I was brought back in Pretoria to head the IB section here in Silverton. And last year, 2024, January the 1st, I was then promoted to the rank of a brigadier and head of ballistics nationally. And that is the position that I hold to date.
Thank you, Brigadier. Can you explain to the Commission the structure of the ballistics services, both within the broader forensic services division and how it is structured on a national and provincial basis?
Commissioners, ballistics section falls and is a section under the forensic science laboratory component, which is under the detective and forensic services. We have 4 regional laboratories. The first one is here in Pretoria, which is considered to be the head office. That's where we develop policies, SOPs, procedures, and we ensure that there is standardization in all the regions. Then we have KZN ballistics, which is situated at Amazimtoti. We have ballistics in the Eastern Cape, situated in Port Elizabeth. Then we have ballistics in the Western Cape. And besides that, ballistics has got 3 subsections. That is ballistics analysis, which deals with firearms-related cases. We then have what we call IBIS. It's an acronym which refers to Automated Ballistics Identification System, which falls under ballistics. And we have a further subsection which is called Mechanical and Metallurgical Engineering section.
Thanks, Brigadier. We'll get into the ballistics and ABIS subsections in some detail later in your statement. Can you tell the Commission briefly what mechanical engineering and metallurgical subsection does within the ballistics section?
Commissioners, the mechanical subsection is a section which is only, we only have one office here in Pretoria and Western Cape. They are responsible for accidents, reconstructions, filament reconstructions, filament examinations, failure analysis, where there's alleged that a vehicle was involved in an accident and the other driver alleges that there was fault in within the vehicle. They do those kind of examination. They reconstruct the scene. They determine the speed at which the vehicle was traveling during the accident. So they are an engineering subsection of the ballistics commissioners.
But if I understand you correctly, they don't deal with firearm and ballistics issues. They deal with other engineering issues that
No,
may be
no,
relevant in
commissioners,
criminal
they
cases.
don't.
Brigadier, in paragraphs 8 to 10, you give certain statistics about the spread of analysts and the quantity of case files and the backlog. I don't want to address them now because the significance of these figures will become much more apparent once we've addressed the detail of your statement and once the commissioners and people watching understand the implications of these figures more from how the ABIS system works, how the FSL system works. So we'll come back to them later. And let's for now move to paragraph 11 on page 4, where you discuss the ballistics analysis process. And can you take the Commission through what you say in paragraphs 11 and 12?
Commissioners, basically here, I outlined the process of ballistics in a layman's term. Ballistics section conducts forensic analysis of firearms, ammunitions, and related evidence for criminal investigations. The unit's objective is to analyze and preserve evidence that can identify a specific firearm used in a crime, including linking evidence of analyzed firearms to other crime scenes. The theory is that when a bullet is discharged from a firearm, they leave unique striations, marks on both the bullet and the cartridge case, which could link a particular firearm to a specific crime scene. These striations marks are created by the passage of the bullet through the barrel of the firearm. Impression marks are created by impact with the firing pin, the breech face mark, and the ejector marks on the cartridge case. Both the striation and impression marks are unique to that firearm, just like fingerprints. Ballistic analysts then link a firearm to a crime through the examination of these ballistics marks through a comparison microscope.
Your first sentence.
Each gun, as it were, leaves its fingerprints on the bullets that it fires and the cartridge cases that are fired in the process. And then your section compares the fingerprints that the gun will leave on the fingerprints of the exhibits that you have found on crime scenes. Would that be a correct development of the analogy?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So if you had 5 firearms and you have this cartridge, would you be able to tell from examining that cartridge that it was fired from a specific firearm out of the 5?
Most definitely, Commissioners, I will be able to tell.
And that's what the exercise essentially entails.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Of course, there may also be another situation where it's not fired from any of the 5 firearms.
You will be able to, yes. Yes.
But if you know if you are told it's fired from one of these 5, you will always be able to identify which one of the 5 it is.
Most definitely, Commissioners.
In paragraph 13, you talk about the range of different examinations that the ballistics analysts perform. Can you take the Commission through those?
Commissioners, we've got different categories of examination that we perform. Without going into the specifics, I'll say, firstly, we do firearm identification. That is, a firearm has a caliber, the manufacturer, the make. We determine those. We determine the functionality of the weapon to see if it's in working condition or whether it's defective. Because in some instances, you will find a person says charged with attempted murder or murder. You'll have to determine first if that firearm was defective or was working. We also analyze ammunitions to determine if the ammunition is in working conditions, where in circumstances where a person is charged for possession of unlawful ammunition, for example, for the purpose of sentencing, the court will want to know is this a real ammunition and is it working in a sense of the Firearms Control Act compliance. And we also restore obliterated serial numbers on firearms. You find criminals that are using firearms, they don't want the firearms to be identifiable, so they file off the serial numbers. So we also try to retrieve the serial number so that we can establish the ownership of that particular firearm. We also reconstruct crime scenes in an instance where we want to know the trajectory. Where was the shooter when the incident happened? That is, we do that on outside in the crime scene. We go out to attend the crime scene to be able to determine that. And we also analyze tool marks in cases of house robberies where a tool is used to force open to gain entry. When the tool is recovered, it is brought to the lab for us to determine if it's the correct tool or the right tool which was used to open. Or in some cases, in copper theft cases, we also determine the tool that was used to cut the copper, if the suspect is arrested with the tool and the copper as exhibit the Commissioners.
Thank you, Brigadier. If I can just take you back to 13.1, where you speak of firearm identification and comparison of fired bullets and cartridge casings to determine if they were fired from the same weapon. Is that the process that we just described in relation to comparing the fingerprint of the gun with the fingerprint left on the cartridges or casings found on the crime scene?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And then maybe if we can illustrate these processes with reference to one of the reports that we have attached as an annexure to your statement. Can I ask you to go to the annexures bundle, and on page page 20 of the annexures bundle, there is an affidavit by, is it Warrant Officer? Yeah, it is Warrant Officer Magotle.
I've got it, Commissioners.
Now, this report is referred to in your statement in a different context, but we can use it to illustrate the points that you've just made. So, when you speak of firearm identification at paragraph 13.1 of your main statement, can I ask you to go to page 25 of the annexure bundle and look at paragraphs 10.1 and 10.3. We'll leave 10.2 out for a moment because we're going to come back to it in due course. And in 10.1, Warrant Officer Magotle concludes that the bullets mentioned in 3.3 were fired from the firearm mentioned in 4.1. Is that the sort of process that you're describing in relation to firearm identification in 13.1?
That is correct, Commissioner. What the analyst will do, the analyst will take the firearm in question and go and shoot tests in a tank with water so that he retrieved a prestige bullet which is still not damaged in the cartridge case. As sample, those will be his reference sample. Then he will take that bullet which he has shot. He will compare that bullet with the bullet which is retrieved from either during autopsy or the crime scene. Through the comparison microscope, he will put them side by side to see if he can see similar marks. And that is basically the process. If the test that he shot himself was indeed fired in the same firearm which was received from the crime scene, he will see those marks. And through those marks, he will make a positive finding, like he has done under paragraph 10.1, Commissioners.
Thank you, Brigadier. Let's go back to, just keep a finger in both files as they are. 13.2, you were speaking about weapons functionality and defects. Can I ask you to go to page 24, paragraph 7.1 of the ballistics report that in the annexures file? And am I correct that what we see there in 7.1 is the conclusion of the process, the conclusion in that case of the analytic process you describe in 13.2?
That is correct, Commissioners. Here as well, before the analyst can embark on testing the firearm in the shooting tank, the analyst will go through by analyzing the firearm, stripping it to check if it has got all its parts, is safe first to be tested, and if there is no any defects, then only then he can conclude that the firearm functions normally without any obvious defects.
Then going back to 13.3, you speak of the identification of the caliber and type of ammunition, you say used in a crime. Can I ask you to go to page 23 of the report and look at paragraph 6, read with paragraphs 4.12 and 4.13, and is that the sort of, is that a conclusion from the process that you are describing in 13.3?
That is correct, Commissioners. What the analyst will do here, say for example, received 5 cartridges that he must determine if they are they are originals. The analyst will take a sample and he will open one from the samples to check if it has got all the components of a cartridge case. That you will check if there's a propellant, there is a primer, there's a cartridge, there's a bullet, those four components which made a complete cartridge. The analyst will check if those exhibits that he has received comply with that. They do have those four components. If he's happy, then he knows that these cartridges are indeed live ammunition. Then he will then depose an affidavit to that effect.
Thank you, Brigadier. And the last example, if you can go to page 25, paragraph 11 of the report, and read with paragraph 13.4 of the statement, which deals with restoration of obliterated serial numbers. And can you comment on paragraph 11 of the report in that context?
Commissioner, as I've indicated, that in some instances, you find firearms where the serial numbers has been filed off. We have a technique that we used. It's called restorations of obliterated alphanumeric figures on metals. The techniques uses chemicals that are applied on the surface where the serial number has been erased. So the analyst, before he tests the firearms, will take the firearm to the laboratory, apply the chemicals in order to try to retrieve the serial numbers which were released, which were filed off on the particular firearm. And upon completion, the procedure of the lab says that another independent analyst will come and verify the results and sign on the worksheet of the member, indicating the results that the analyst has found. It's a measure that management has put into place so that we retain the credibility of the technique.
Brigadier, in paragraph 11 of this report that we're looking at, the analyst records that he was unable to determine the serial number of the pistol in question. I understand, or I understand, it has been reported to me that at a later stage the same process was done by a different analyst in the SAPS ballistics section, and that analyst was able to retrieve the serial number of the pistol in question. Are you able to confirm that?
Commissioners, it only came under my attention during the testimony in this commission that the analyst in the other laboratory was able to retrieve the number. So I was not privy to that information until I hear it during the testimony, commissioners.
The other laboratory, would that be Manzimtoti?
That is correct, commissioners.
And are you, outside of the processes of the commission, are you now aware that in fact the serial number has been recovered?
Based on the testimony, I am now aware that the other analyst was able to retrieve the serial number, commissioners.
Mr. Chairperson, if I may, Brigadier, what would have happened that this analyst in Silverton was unable to determine the serial number? You have described a process, the serial number reconstruction process, which suggests on its face, on the face of it rather, that you should be able to always to recover that the serial number, or to reconstruct the serial number. Now you have an analyst here who says I was unable. It must suggest something. Either your capability is less, it doesn't always deliver, or he simply didn't follow a process that you say you have protocols, there are ways of doing it. He didn't do that.
Before I answer, I just want to make the following remarks, commissioners. There is no guarantee, firstly, that you'll always be able to retrieve the serial number based on various aspects. For example, how deep was the serial number erased? Some criminals use a grinder to erase the serial numbers. But like I said, we have measures in place that we have implemented to safeguard the credibility of the techniques. Like that another analyst must come and sign and confirming or verifying the findings, whether it's negative or positive, whether you have been able to recover the serial number. In this instance, what would happen? For one to know what happened, you need to investigate. The lab has a procedure of handling complaints from customers. If a client comes and say, I'm not happy with the findings, I've got these results, and I took the case to so and so, or I think I'm going to give a typical example. For example, you have a murder that happened, and there are eyewitnesses on the scene. A person is arrested in possession of a firearm. A cartridge case is collected on the scene. They are both brought at the lab. An analyst examines the firearms and he says it's negative. The investigating officer will say, no, I don't understand because I've got eyewitnesses who saw the suspect shooting the deceased. How can you say it's negative? From where I'm seated, I cannot say you are right or wrong. All what I can say is that I've got a process, I've got a system in process where I must investigate the complaint. Through the investigation, that is when you will establish what actually transpired, because there are logs that the member must complete when they start with the process. They must indicate which process they've used. So for you to investigate, you will need to go through that process. Then you can only, at some point, the problem could be with the system. Maybe the chemicals, for example, are expired, and the members used expired chemicals. Or there could be other factors that could have contributed to him not finding the results. But seated here, I cannot say without proper investigation, when a complaint is received, I cannot say what transpired, unfortunately, commissioners.
So the verification process by a second person, you say whether the results in negative or positive, there is a verification by a second person. The verification process is not automatic, according to your protocols. It's subject to a complaint. If there is a complaint, only then there is a verification. I'm just trying to understand your processes.
Commissioner, the verification is built into the process. So each analyst, upon completion of the etching process, they must have someone to come and verify and sign.
Thank you.
In your second last response, Brigadier, you said that the analyst must indicate which process they used. That to me suggests that there's more than one process. Is that so? Remember, what we are dealing with is establishing what the serial number is, where it has been obliterated. So is there more than one process?
Commissioner, that is correct. Depending on the materials. The materials of firearms are not the same. So that's why we have different techniques. Say, for example, a firearm commonly known as Z88, which is issued to police officers. The frame of that firearm is alloy. Alloy is not magnetic. So in that instance, you will have to use chemicals if you want to retrieve the serial number. Where they've got metal, which is magnetic, you'll use a magnetic yoke. That's another technique. So there's, in short, yes, the process, the techniques it's not one technique, commissioners.
Thank you.
Maybe just one last question. Your answer that in terms of protocol, the built-in mechanism, there has to be a second person that does the verification of a positive or negative result. If that is so, then somewhere in the lab there should be a record which if things were done properly, there must be a record that shows that there was verification by a second person of this negative result.
Yes, certainly, commissioners, there will be.
Thank you.
Yes.
Brigadier, if we move on to paragraph 14, from paragraph 14, you describe first the forensic science laboratory administrative system and then the ABIS system. Can you take the Commission through what you say from paragraph 14 and just explain the difference between what happens in the forensic science lab and what happens in the ABIS system?
Commissioners, in short, the FSL admin system, which we call Forensic Science Laboratory Administration System, is a software that is used to manage or used for the administrations and management of forensic science laboratory cases. It's a system where lab numbers or laboratory numbers, unique laboratory numbers are generated for a specific case. It's a system where you keep records. It keeps the chain of custody. When you hand in an exhibit to someone, you hand it through the system. When you want to find out what happened to this case file or exhibit, you go in the system, it gives you a trail, what happened to that exhibit, to whom is it in possession. So that is the FSL admin system.
And if I can just stop you there and to pick up from Commissioner Baloy's last question, would this FSL admin system be the place where you could go to establish who it was who reviewed and confirmed the conclusion of Warrant Officer Magotlwe that the serial number could not be retrieved? Would that information be stored on the FSL administration system?
No, Commissioner, that information will be stored in the work notes of the member inside the case file. Those are the workbench procedures. The forms that the member completes will be kept in his case files.
And is that the same case file in which the ballistic exhibits will also be kept?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you, Brigadier. If you can then move to paragraph 16 and describe the ABIS system.
Commissioners, firstly, as the South African Police Services, we pride ourselves of having acquired this type of a system to assist us to automate the ballistic process. Because of the high level of violent crime that we experience, which involves firearms, it is imperative to have a system that is going to automate the system. And this is the kind of system that we have. We started using this system in 1997 up till to date. What the system does, it captures and compares digital images of bullets and cartridge cases to link firearms used in different crimes. And perhaps if the Commissioner wants me to go through how it works.
Please do.
Yes.
And the Commissioners or I might stop you partway through just to amplify your explanations.
The system scans and takes high-resolution digital images of bullets and cartridge cases, including the unique marks like firing pin impression, firing pin marks, and breech face mark patterns.
Can I just stop you there, because you have physically shown the system to us, and maybe if you can just describe physically how that scanner operates. Maybe if I can take you through step by step. The ABIS analyst will receive a case file with exhibits in it. What's the first thing that ABIS analyst does once he or she has the exhibits in front of the machine?
Commissioners, once the ABIS analysts have the particular docket or case files with the exhibit that needs to be acquired on the system, they will first capture the details of the case. That is the station name, case number, the lab number, the details of the exhibit, the cartridge case, the caliber, the make. They will capture how it is marked. They will first capture the image, the information on the system. And thereafter, they will instruct the system to open what you call a cartridge case holder. Once the system does that, once the information is captured, the specimens or the cartridge case will be inserted into the cartridge case holder and closed. Once closed, the system automatically scans through high definition, scan through the images of that cartridge case, as I've indicated, and store that image in the system. It captures it in high definition, so it magnifies the mark, which cannot be seen through naked eye. The system magnifies the marks and capture them on the system, commissioners.
And Brigadier, before we get to the next stages, maybe we can illustrate what you're describing in relation to the images that are scanned by going to the annexure file at page 5, where you have attached the printouts from the exhibits. Well, it starts at page 1. You've attached printouts from the exhibits in the Bramley file. Let's start at page 1. And can you just describe to the commissioners what are these images that we see on the right-hand side of page 1 of the annexure?
Commissioners, this is the back of a cartridge case. In the middle, if you see on the pic, that's where the firing pin hits the primer in order to ignite the propellant for the bullet to be discharged from the firearm. So as that firing pin hit that primer, the primer is soft material. It leaves marks. Around that firing pin in the middle is a breech face. When the breech face is impressed on that soft material, it also leaves marks. So what the system does, it captures those marks. This is a typical example of how those marks were captured by the system.
And if you can, if we see the 4 images below the big image at the top, what is in the red circle on the image in the top left-hand corner?
Here, Commissioner, is just different angles that are taken. The red one indicates the firing pin, and the out one is the breech face. So it's just images, because the system takes different images, different angles according to the light, and this is just the different angles which were captured by the system.
And again, if we go, well, correct me, explain to me, are these 4 images of there are obviously 4 images of the same cartridge case, and are they just taken at different zoom lengths and different angles, or is there any other difference that we need to be aware of?
That is correct, Commissioner. This is one cartridge case taken from different angles.
And different, I may be wrong, but it seems to me that there is a different level of magnification as well in some of these images. Some are zoomed further in than others.
That is correct, Commissioners. I must just add, Commissioners, that during the capturing of the information, the system also keep records of the analyst who captured the image during the creation, and the date and the time of when the images were created on the system, Commissioners.
Maybe if you can take us through page 1 of Annexure MNN1 and just explain what each one of these entries reflects.
The first one, Commissioners, is the case details, as I've explained. The particulars of the station name, the lap numbers, and the date when it was created and by whom. And then the second one
sorry, Brigadier, let's take them one by one. Case number. If I understand, that would be the unique number normally that your laboratory attaches to each ABIS file?
That is correct, Commissioner. That will be the lab number.
The lab number. We know that in this particular case, it isn't in fact the lab number, it was the FSL number, but we'll come to that later. The next one, site name.
The cartridge case exhibit details.
No. We're going one by one down the entries under case details.
Then it will give you the site, because I've said we've got 4 regional laboratories. So the system will require you to, for example, if you are in Pretoria, it will state PTA, then the number of the workstations that you acquire. We've got different workstations. So in this instance, the site where the specimens was acquired is in Pretoria, and the workstation that was acquired is BRX2, Brass Tracks 2. And then the original agency, it would be Bramley. Then the case number.
And originating agency, that would refer to the fact that it's the Bramley police station that opened up the original SAPS CAS file.
That is correct, Commissioners. And then it will ask you to state the type of an offense. In this
But before you get there, original agency reference, that's the case number that was assigned to this investigation by the Bramley SAPS police station.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And you also have an original agency contact line item, but that wasn't filled in this case. And that would be, I presume, the investigating officer. If it is filled in a case, it's usually the investigating officer at the SAPS police station that holds the CAS file.
That is correct, Commissioner, if the details were available.
What does high profile refer to?
Commissioner, here is just an option on the system, for example, which is an option that sometimes you tick, but it just refers to high profile case if you know. But in most cases, the person who is acquiring wouldn't know if this is a high profile case. For them, all cases are the same.
Thank you, Brigadier.
The answer normally be yes or no. What would you tick there? Where it says high profile, what would you say?
Normally you'll just make comment. There's a drop box where the analyst will just make a comment, Commissioner.
Yes. Event type?
There's a drop box where you choose murder, homicide, then they just choose whichever is applicable, Commissioners.
And then it says supervisor. And what normally goes under well, in this case, there is no entry on supervisor. Is that a problem?
No, some of the fields are there, but you may not use all of them, Commissioners, on the system.
Occurrence, is that the date of the alleged crime?
Commissioner, I must just first explain how the system uses the date, the format. You know, we use the format, we start with the day and the month and the year. But the system is designed in such a way that it starts with the month and the day and the year. In other words, this particular entry was created on the 4th, which is April, and the 30th, that is the day and the year. It's sometimes confusing because this is not the format that we are used to when we write date, Commissioners.
It's sort of North American date format.
That is how the system is designed, Commissioners.
Where does the system come from?
Commissioner, the system was designed by Canadians. It comes from Canada, Commissioners.
And then creation, what does that refer to?
Commissioner, that is when the analyst acquired these specimens, or the date. So it means it was acquired on the 9th. Again, that 9 is September. the day is the 6th of September 2024. That is, and the time 11:01. That is when the analyst acquired the specimens on the IBES system, commissioners.
And then created by Modise AS, that would be the analyst who first acquired it on the system.
That is correct, commissioners.
Then there are modification dates. And how would an exhibit of this nature ever be modified?
It's also one of the fields that is on the system. After acquisition, the system synchronizes. Maybe after every 10 specimens that we have acquired, you synchronize. It's just to take your work and push it to the data concentrator where the comparison is going to take place. But those are the fields that are there. Obvious, once she is done with the acquisition, she will press OK, then that will signify the modification.
I mean, in this case, there is no modification because the date and time of the
It's the same.
are the same.
That is correct, commissioners.
Then under comments, it says 29 hits. Can you explain that?
Commissioner, it's just one field that the analyst feels complete, but at this point, I can't say what that 29 hits is signifying, Commissioner, because here we were just acquiring. We're just in a process of acquiring. So it's a comment on the system as well, which the analyst has an option to complete or not.
But would that, I mean, is that a comment that has to be included by the analyst, or is that something that the system will automatically, if the system records hits at a later stage, and we know the system does, and then as we take you through your evidence, you'll explain how hits are confirmed. Who would have put in 29 hits? Would the system generate that itself, or would would someone have had to have entered it? And if someone has entered it, would you be able to trace when someone had entered it?
Commissioner, this comment is a comment which would have been completed by the system automatic because when these printouts were made, there were processes that took place on the background of the system. So this would be a comment that comes from the system.
So if we go to the bottom of the page, we have a date. And if it's in the North American bottom left-hand corner, if we have the North American dating system, that's 20 October this year. It's last week. Bottom left-hand corner. Do you see that date?
I see it, commissioners.
So are you then saying that as of that date, 20 October, the ABIS system would have recorded 29 hits for this, on this specific cartridge?
That is correct, commissioners.
Can we go further down and look at the line items on cartridge case exhibit details? Before we do that, is it possible through the system to go back in time and to see, does the system have functions that will tell us that although on the 20th of October 2025 the system had recorded 29 hits, at say December 2024 the system had recorded no hits, or it had recorded 5 hits. Does the system have that functionality?
As I said, the system keeps logs of everything which is happening. So if you go back, but with hits, the operator will always update if a hit is made. And on the day when they update the system, it will give history of that transaction. So, say for example, if the hits were identified maybe in December 2024 as being 20 possible hits, and they update them, and maybe on January, the hits are confirmed, the operator will go to the system and update that those 20 possible hits are now confirmed, and he will tick them. So that track and trace will be there on the system, Commissioners.
And could we get a timeline? I mean, would you be able to generate a timeline from the system of when confirmed hits on these cartridges, and indeed on all cartridges from all 4 of the guns seized in Bramley, when confirmed hits were first recorded and subsequently updated and then updated again? Is that facility on the system?
That is correct, Commissioner. The system keeps a head stamp for any activity that takes place on the system.
So would you be able to give to the Commission then a timeline on the progress of hits on these 4 test cartridges related to these four weapons?
I will be able to do that if provided with time to do that, Commissioners. I will be able to do that.
Thank you very much, Brigadier. That would be very helpful.
And just below the date, 20 October 2025, there's Mthembu TJ. Do you see that?
That's correct. Yes, I see that, Commissioners.
Yes. What role or function would Mthembu TJ have played, if any?
He is one of our technicians who normally does the viewings on the match point. After the product, after the acquisition, there must be someone who does viewings. And he is one who does that final product of viewing to confirm if there are any possible hits, Commissioners.
And in this case, would he have been the person who printed out these images for inclusion in your statement?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Brigadier, if we can then go down to the line items under cartridge case exhibit details.
So, Mr. Chaskalson, maybe before you go to that, let me just ask one last question. Brigadier, the way it says event type, and you have illegal possession / sale, where does that kind of description of the event come from?
Commissioners, the system gives you a drop box with listed offenses, but it's not an exhaustive list. So the analyst will check the front page of the case file, what is the charge, and they will go and choose. If it's murder, they will go, the system will normally they use homicide. They will say homicide, will choose attempted murder. But you have a situation in some instances that, because the list is not exhaustive, some of the charges that are on the docket, you may find out you don't find on the list. And in some instances, in order for the process to proceed, maybe the analyst will just choose the one which is more relevant to that particular case.
If I can possibly clarify in this case, this is the Bramley case file, which relates to the arrest of the parties and the seizure of the weapons in their possession. Murder is not a charge in the Bramley case file. Murder is a charge in the Vereeniging case file. So I suspect that the Bramley case file, the primary charge is illegal possession of weapons, which may explain why the event type is flagged illegal possession.
I concur, Commissioners.
Can we then go down to the line items on cartridge case exhibit details? Exhibit number, can you just describe what that is?
Each exhibit is marked with a unique number, followed by the number which the exhibit is assigned to. We start with the lap number, So this particular cartridge case was marked with the Bramley lab number 193045/2024, capital letter AA10. As it was collected from the crime scene by the crime scene, the person who was processing the crime scene. It could be a member from LCRC, a local criminal record center. As they see the exhibit on the scene, they mark it, they give it a unique number of where they find it. They decide on the numbering. That numbering will be written in the covering letter. That specimen will be packaged, separate with that numbering, AA10. When it arrives at the lab, what the analyst will do will take an engraver and engrave the lab number of that case at the bottom of the cartridge case, followed by that unique number from the crime scene, which is AA10. That is the unique number of this cartridge case, commissioners.
Then caliber, that speaks for itself. That's it's a 9mm parabellum. That's the caliber of the firearm that's from which the cartridge cases are discharged. Make?
Commissioner, at the back of the head stamp, each manufacturer, they write their manufacturer name. Say, for example, if it's PMP, which is Pretoria Metal, they will write at the back of the head stamp PMP. So different manufacturers have got their own different head stamps in order to identify the ammunition. So such information is also recorded on the IB system, commissioners.
Is that what we see on page 2 of the same annexure?
That is correct, commissioners.
Then firing pin shape, that seems self-explanatory. Composition?
Commissioners, there's different material to manufacture cartridges. You've got brass, you've got nickel, you've got steel, so you must explain the material. So this is just to explain, this one in particular was made of brass, or is made of brass.
Then double cast composition, which has been left blank, what would sometimes be put there?
It's also related to the material, but in most instances, some of those fields that are additional, it doesn't harm if you don't complete them, if you don't have the information, commissioners.
Then category, you have crime evidence. Maybe if you can illustrate what goes in there by comparing page 1 with page 2.
Commissioners, the IBC is a database. We acquire piece of evidence from crime scene, that is cartridge cases, bullets that are collected from crime scenes. We acquire them on the system. We also acquire tests that we test in the lab. We acquire them on the system. So when you acquire, the system gives you option to choose. If you are acquiring a cartridge case that comes from the crime scene, you will choose crime scene evidence. If you acquire a test specimen, the system will ask you and you will choose a test. So that is why there's a difference between this field of category.
Then again, if you can explain what the category firearm exhibit refers to, and it may be useful again to compare the blank entry on 1 with the entry on 2.
if the commissioners can check the exhibit number on that page 2, it says 084TC1. So, in short, the marking that is the marking of the test that the analyst would have used to shoot test with this particular firearm. The analyst, if the firearm has a serial number, the analyst will take the last 3 digits of the firearm, of the serial number. Say, for example, it's 27084. The analyst will take the 084 and add TC1. T means test cartridge 1. Normally we fire 2 tests. The second test will be 084 TC2. And he will engrave this number at the bottom of the cartridge case. So this is how the test was engraved for this particular firearm, commissioners.
So, if I can just take that further, page 2 is a test cartridge. So
That's
it's
correct.
a test cartridge fired from a gun seized at a crime scene.
That is correct, commissioners.
Under firearm exhibit, you have a number for the gun that was seized. It's an exhibit number for the gun.
In other words, the firearm serial number was not erased, commissioners. Yes.
Ordinarily, would the serial number of the gun be included as firearm exhibit? Under that line item, firearm exhibit, if you have the serial number, would you ordinarily include it there? Because if I look at the other exhibits relating to the other weapons, everything is recorded as gun 1, gun 2, gun 3. There are no serial numbers recorded in relation to the line item firearm exhibit.
You will include the serial number, commissioners.
Now, because it's a test cartridge, you know which gun it was fired from, so you can enter something under firearm exhibit. That's correct.
That's correct, commissioners.
Whereas, because the cartridge found on the crime scene was just found on the crime scene, you can't, at this stage, enter any details in relation to firearm exhibit because you don't know which firearm it was fired from, or you have no conclusive proof that it
That
was.
is correct, commissioners.
Occurrence again would be the date 30th of April 2024 when the crime took place. What does the reception line item refer to?
Again, commissioners, some of the fields that are there, which are not compulsory, commissioners.
We've then got creation dates. It says created by Modise AS. And there is a modification a few minutes later. And it says last acquisition also a few minutes later. What do those modification and last acquisition dates refer to?
When the acquisition process starts, it records the time, and when the process finishes, it records the time. Then the analyst must now instruct the system to release the specimens. So all those processes are recorded, commissioners.
What is BF class characteristic?
Again, it's some of the fields that are not compulsory, but are there on the system, commissioners.
And then finally, there are dimensions for the firing pin outline. Sorry, what does BF start for? BF inner outline, BF outer outline?
It is the dimension that the system automatically gives to the diameter of the back of the cartridge case, commissioners. So those fields are automatically failed by the system, Commissioners.
And do you know what BF stands for?
Commissioner, out of now, I cannot conclusively say what it does, what does it stand for, Commissioner BF?
Thank you, Brigadier. This it was a long diversion from paragraph 17.1 of your statement. So let's get back to 17.2. We've dealt with image capture and acquisition. Next stage is database storage. Can you just describe what happens there?
Commissioner, once the acquisition of the specimens is completed, the next phase is the database storage. In other words, the digital images and associated data are stored in a central database, and the system can store hundreds and thousands of pieces of evidence.
Then the third stage, automated comparison.
That's where now, once everything has been stored, the system starts to compare now, to look for similarities. The system uses advanced mathematical algorithms to check if there are any similarities. In other words, it runs the specimen which was acquired recently with specimens which were previously acquired on the system. It runs it back and forth to check if there's any similarities. You can refer this as a internet or Google engine search, where when you go on the system, you want to find out a particular make and model of a vehicle, you enter the particulars. This is the process where the system does that now. So it compares now, and similar as the internet engine search, Commissioners.
And how long after acquisition would the system take to complete its process of automated comparison?
Commissioner, if the network is stable, this process can take 5 to 24 hours.
But it's a process that the system does.
That's correct, Commissioners.
It doesn't, and it's a process that is not, at this stage, 100% accurate. It's putting forward to you, or the system is identifying a range of, shall we say, potential hits.
That is correct, Commissioners.
So at some stage, an analyst is now going to have to come back and sit in front of a monitor and call up this case file and go through the potential hits to see which of these potential hits graduate to the status of likely hits or hits that should be confirmed manually by microscopic analysis.
That is correct, Commissioner. That's a process which we called viewings. In other words, that's a process where the operator will come and sit in front of the system and view all the candidates that the system has identified as possible hits. And if he's satisfied that there are similarities indeed, then he will make a printout of those images and then request the physical specimens in a form of case file, which are filed in the case files, for them to be compared manually through a comparison microscope.
So there are two further stages. You've got the expert who then sits in front of the screen looking at the potential hits and identifying which ones look good to him or her. That would be 17.4.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And then you've got 17.5, which is the experts now sat in front of the screen. The screen has given 40 potential hits. The expert has said 25 of these look really good. I want to requisition the original exhibits for each of these 25. That's the process that you describe in 17.5.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And then the last stage of the process is the original exhibits then come in, and a different expert sits in front of a microscope with the original test cartridge from the case file in one microscope and the 25 requisitioned exhibits one after another in the other microscope.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Can you explain to the Commissioner how resource constraints delay this process? So you started at 17.3, and you, Ms. Poy has gone ahead of me and is putting up your backlogs and your personnel figures yet, but I will deal with them even later. But for now, what I want to understand, or I want you to explain to the Commission, is there are several stages in this process. A ballistics examiner has finished the first manual examination and test firing process in the forensic lab, has signed off on a report. That report comes to ABIS. The first stage in ABIS is going to be image capture, and that you deal with in 17.1. You need an analyst to be available to do that image capture. How long does it take ordinarily between the moment that the case file arrives at the ABIS section to the point at which an analyst is able to enter those exhibits and acquire them in the ABIS system?
Commissioner, because the case upon completion by a ballistic analyst must go through the administration process where a new IBIS lab number must be generated. And after that, that case must be assigned to an analyst before it could be acquired on the IBIS system. So during that process, due to the number of cases that we received and the limited resources, it may take around 3 months before you are able to acquire that specific case under normal circumstances, because the cases must queue. And as they queue, they go through the process that I've mentioned. Lab numbers are generated. At some point, they are assigned to the operators acquires them. They must go back to be reviewed in order to be finalized on the system. So it goes through that process. So in any event, it's a process that is dependent on the resources that you have at your disposal, Commissioners.
Now, how many acquisition terminals do you have at your office? Those machines that will take the high-density image photographs of cartridges?
Commissioners, we have 8 brass tracks. The brass tracks are cartridge cases stations. We acquire cartridge case on them. We have 8 of them. And then we have got 3 bullet tracks where we acquire bullets.
Slow down. Let's deal with the brass tracks first. So maybe I interrupted too soon. So you've got 3 bullet tracks, bullet photographing machines, yes, and 8 cartridge photographing machines.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Do you have a complement of analysts that are able to operate those machines on a full-time basis?
Commissioner, for the longest time, we never had that luxury to have a complement staff to body, what I can call warm bodies to sit in front of those machines. With the current strength now, we are not able to operate all the existing machines.
How many machines are you able to operate with your staff at the moment?
Commissioners, as I've said, we've got 8 brass tracks. At a particular time, you may find out that there's only 4 that are fully occupied.
How much do you have to pay in terms of license fees for the system?
Commissioners, we call that the service level agreement. We pay a monthly fee of over 3.8 million per month for the maintenance of the system, commissioners.
So you're paying a monthly fee of 3.8 million a month, but you can really only use half the capacity of that system because you only can operate 4 of the 8 input centers with your current staff.
As it will be outlined later with the figures, unfortunately, that is the reality, commissioners.
And you earlier said that because of the staff shortages, it may take 3 months before the ballistics file, from when the ballistics file arrives at your offices to the point at which the first image is taken of the cartridges in the ballistic file.
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner. And I must add, we are only talking about the first phase.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to next. So let's talk about the second phase. We've now spent maybe 3 months after the file arrives, and the cartridges have been digitally acquired in the system. 24 hours later, the system has decided that there are maybe 40 other crimes around the country to which these digital images are linked. But you need an analyst to sit in front of a different screen now and to call up each one of the 40 images in the system to see how accurate those potential matches are. How many analysts have you got to do that process?
Commissioners, I've got 8 match point stations, but so far only have 3 full-time analysts that can do the viewings. And sometimes I give them other tasks, for example, to assist with statistics, but they are full-time, there are 3. So in other words, 5 of the mesh point are not occupied. And
Sorry, can you just, I just want to be clear that I understood what your answer was. You've got 8 workstations where these matches can be verified on screen, but you only have 3 analysts who can do that process, who are trained and at your disposal to do that process, apart from the fact that you may need them to do other things as well.
That is correct, Commissioner. And if I may add, because of the complications on the viewings, it requires that the person must spend 8 hours watching the screen, so they become it becomes exhausting. They can only view around 200 images per day, and yet you've got over 28,000 that needs to be viewed. And per day they can only view about 200, and there are only 3. So that tells you the extent of the challenges in terms of human resource that we are faced with, commissioners.
But again, going back to the layout that SAPS, or the expenditure that SAPS incurs on the system gives you 8 viewing stations. As part of an overall package, you're paying, I forget the figure, was it 3.6 million a month?
3.8 million.
3.8 million a month. But you can only utilize 3 of the workstations because of your staffing restraints. What does that mean in terms of further delays? It's taken us 3 months from the point at which the ballistics file arrives at your section to the point at which the ballistics are acquired, what's the delay between acquisition of the ballistics and expert review of the comparisons that the system has thrown up one day after that, the first 3 months?
Commissioners, in terms of age analysis of unviewed images, you may find out we have got images that are on the system not being viewed for more than a year. I'm speaking under correction, but it's quite a lengthy period. Ideally, you want to have this process on as it happens, but it's not possible because of this lack of human resource to carry out the functions, commissioners.
And can I just clarify in relation to the lack of human resources? Clearly, there's an obvious shortage of at least 5 additional analysts because you've got 8 workstations and only 3 people to view. But you mentioned earlier that there are problems with people staring at a screen for 8 hours in a day, and you could only do about each person could only do about 200, I think you said. In terms of best practice for the system, do you need more than 1 analyst per workstation? I mean, should people be doing this on a rotational basis, or is it, is it 1 analyst per workstation?
With the level of experience that the analysts have now, you would prefer to have 1 analyst dedicated to a working station, and the other working stations also additional analysts dedicated to those working station, commissioners.
So to get maximal use of the system, you would need another 5 analysts 5 trained analysts to be doing the viewing, the expert review on the system.
Commissioner, if we want to achieve the real-time viewings, we'll need additional members, yes, commissioners.
So that was the next stage. And
Just before that, and Brigadier, if you say you would have to have more, does that mean that the more would then work on the same workstations? Where exactly would the more be fitted in?
Commissioner, I've indicated the figures of the equipment that we have.
Yes.
And in terms of the figures of the human resource that we have, we are not able to occupy all the working stations.
Yes, I heard that, yeah. But you say, you see, here's what I have in my mind. You say there's the problem that out of the 28,000 that is generated, an analyst can only look at 2. That to me means that even if you were to have enough analysts for each one of the workstations, which I understand to be 1 analyst, 1 analyst, 1 analyst for all of them. So you are covered in terms of analyst 2 workstation. That would not address the problem of being able to see only 200 or to view only 200 out of 28,000. Do you follow me?
I follow.
So how can that be addressed? Let's assume that there is an analyst per machine, so you are not running short in terms of the workstations. But how would the 200, only 200 out of 28,000, how would or could that be addressed?
Commissioners, the 200 that I mentioned is just the norm so that we can be able to measure the performance. But there's no hard and fast rule that they must view 200, for example, because in some instances you find out some results are easy to eliminate immediately. But this is the minimum that for you to meet your target, you must view this minimum. But there's no hard and fast rule. Sometimes you can view more, but in some instances we rely on overtime. So when there's overtime, they view even more. But
let's say they do their best, their utmost, work overtime. But what do you think is the maximum that's humanly possible to get anywhere near 28,000?
Commissioners, if the person is dedicated only to that process, we can be able to get maximum production, adding overtime, maybe even 500 and more. The only challenge is that, like I've indicated, they are multitasked. They perform other duties as well. They are not only concentrating on that process only. And again, the first process is not stopping. It's a conveyor belt. It's continuing. So whatever they view, there's more addition coming in as well.
Yes, and 500 is still a drop in the ocean if we're looking at 28,000. Okay, now why have more workstations then if there are these practical difficulties? What are the extra workstations for?
When we acquired the system, we looked into the capacity because our aim was that we must be able to work on real time. As a crime occurs, we must be able to acquire the specimen, run it on the system. So, therefore, we wanted to have that number of workstation with a certain number of analysts that can work on the stations. But naturally, with time, other members resign or they go for greener pastures, they leave, we don't replace them. So eventually, we end up in this environment where we are, where we have so limited members that can work on the system. In some, for example, in Port Elizabeth, I think they are only left with 3 members that are working on at IBIS, and they are doing everything, just the only 3 of them.
Do I understand your response to mean that at some point you did have enough numbers per workstation, but that the numbers dwindled with time?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And you are stuck with having to pay 3.8 million per month for the extra workstations?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Is that because of the contract? You cannot get out of that. It just has to be that way.
It's contract. It's contract,
So you are
Commissioners.
stuck with it. All right, let me see. Thank you, thank you.
We've reached the end of stage 2 now, the expert review. And we've discussed the difficulties of resource constraints and the delays that causes. But once your expert has now viewed the images online and has said...
Sir, I'm very, very sorry. There was another question I already had in mind, but because I asked a few, I forgot. My apologies, Mr. Shaskalsen. Seeing that at what I would call the end points, there's the point at which there's human involvement, and once the comparisons have been made, the analyst then calls for the original exhibits themselves. So there's human intervention there. And then finally also there's human intervention once the exhibits have arrived. The analyst again is involved at that stage, and I think in terms of paragraph 17.6 of your statement, that is the last stage, as it were. Again, as I say, human involvement, so at 2 stages of the process. Is the process at the 2 stages where there's human involvement not susceptible to manipulation? I know you can always go back to what the machine itself generated and establish what the true position is, but still, isn't there susceptibility to manipulation at the stages where human beings now do something and make their own reports based on what they saw in terms of what was generated by the workstation?
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Commissioner. I'll start with the second stage, the phase 2, where the intervention of human beings is required to view. You need integrity, because I can run through the system and say I've viewed them and mark them viewed. So you need integrity there. If the person does and mark them viewed, from the management point of view, because we check those things, we'll start to check. I mean, we are no longer generating possible hits. What could be the problem? Then we'll go back. Fortunately, the system has got checks and balances. For example, if I've marked something as viewed today, because it's a continuous comparison, it will come back again, even if I marked it. So it's not all lost. But human beings, that's why you need someone with integrity. That's why we don't give them too much work, because I can go there and mark the whole 28,000 viewed, and without any possible hits. No one will know. With the second one, the last phase, that one goes back, is similar to ballistics now, because now you have the specimens, physical specimen that you must now take to the comparison microscope and compare them. There, after you have completed your results, someone must come and verify your findings. So there's checks and balances in that regard.
Unless the two, or unless both of them are involved in the manipulation. But no, I get your information.
Mr. Chairperson, sir, is it on the same?
It was actually to say, should we have tea?
That I will not argue with.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:15.
1, 2. We are ready to resume. Cell phones off, please. Thank you.
On the system. That's why we call them cold hits.
I think my question, maybe let me clarify it a bit, is have you ever had a full complement of staff to be able to optimally utilize the stations that you have?
Yes, Commissioner, at the beginning we were able. But what we have realized as well is that crime is increasing. Because
Yes.
from time to time we have noticed now we are receiving more than we can process.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's fair to say it's not just a function of you're not getting the right number of people. There's also now the extra burden that crime is increasing. I think it's one trying to understand where is the problem that causes what you've described in terms of shortage of resources and these poor turnaround times.
That is a correct, Commissioner. It's a variety of things, but amongst them is that we don't have sufficient members.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Cheskalson.
Cheskalson, just before you leave this section, in paragraph 17.5 of the statement, Brigadier, I just wanted clarity for my benefit. The digital match you are referring to here, is it between the cartridges that were recovered and brought to the laboratory and others that were found in other scenes, or is the match between the test cartridge and the cartridge that was recovered? I just need that clarity. What is the match between?
Commissioners, is a match between specimens or cartridge keys that were on the database. Now the system is comparing those with the new one just acquired. Yes.
Again, just before that, Mr. Cheskalson, this 500 is against 28,000. I've been agonizing over it in my mind. I'm trying to think, for example, first maybe
But the power of the system is such that even with one of the biggest, second biggest database in the world, your matches get generated by the system within 24 hours. So the system can move through that database within 24 hours.
That is correct, Commissioners.
So the bottlenecks are caused not by the system, but by the inability to deploy sufficient human resources to take advantage of the power of the system.
You have captured it correctly, Commissioner.
We've dealt with two of the bottlenecks. The bottleneck between between arrival of the file at ABIS and initial acquisition on the system. Then the second bottleneck between acquisition on the system and expert review in front of a screen of the system. The third stage is we've had our expert reviewing, and the expert has identified hits on the system that the expert believes to be good hits. And there's now to be a non-digital, a manual microscopic analysis of these various hits. How long does it take between the point at which the expert has requisitioned the real exhibits to the point at which you have another expert available in front of a microscope to look at those exhibits? What sort of delay is there between stages 2 and 3?
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, depending on the rate at which possible hits are generated, because there's a lot. Once generated, the actual case file must be retrieved, and an additional lab number must be registered for that specific case before it can be assigned to the analyst. That process requires that some case files are old. You must first wait for them to be retrieved from the archives before you can start to assign them. Again, there's only 3 officers that are assigned to confirm those possible hits physically in the on the comparison microscope. So if there are only 3 and you find one case might have linkages to multiple crime scenes, it means you must retrieve all those case files. Say, for example, you find one case which has more than 10 or 20 multiple hits that you need to compare with. You'll have to take all those case files, open each seal bag, view them on the microscope until you are satisfied that indeed you have a positive hit. So in that area alone as well, you also have over, depending on each lab, you also have a backlog of those printouts that are possible hits, where you need to retrieve all the case files to prepare them, to assign them to an analyst. You also have cases, you also have backlog in that area. I normally call that last stage a cherry on top, because an analyst feels excited when you see that the hits that you have identified has been confirmed as positive. It gives you that pleasure that at least a crime will be resolved. The investigating officer will know that this case that has been troubling me is linked to this other case which I was not aware of. Maybe the suspect might also have been arrested in that case, which may resolve the case. So if that process is not happening in real time, it's also not good. And that is where we are as well, Commissioners.
And Brigadier, how much of the delay between stages 2 and 3 has to do with practical reality? You have to find exhibits from archives and processes like that, which one has to live with. And how much of it deals with human resource constraints? You say you have 3 analysts to sit in front of the microscopes. How much of the delay is due to the fact that you have only 3 microscopes, and how much could you speed things up? 3 analysts to do the microscopic examinations. How much more quickly could it go if you had more analysts?
Commissioner, that is a problem, because those 3 officers that I've mentioned, they are not only there to do the confirmation, they are also team leaders. They manage members under them, day-to-day management of members. So in addition to their duties, they must confirm these possible hits. And if I'm saying there are 3, at the most, you'll find out they don't have enough time to spend only on those cases, because they are multitasked as well. So it has to do with human resource, Commissioner. And that's why you may find out you have cases that were identified maybe more than 12 months not being confirmed, because you can't reach to those cases as you like to.
So, did I understand you correctly? You're saying that the system has generated hits, the reviewer has confirmed on the screen that these are likely hits and that they need microscopic analysis, and there might still be a delay of 12 months before you have an analyst who can get to the microscope.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Brigadier, have you done an analysis of what your staff shortages are? In an ideal world, what would the staff complement of your office and the other ABIS offices around the country look like?
Commissioner, I've done that. I've done that exercise in consultation with the provincial regional commanders. I've got an idea in terms of our ideal and the current, in order for us to be able to be fully staffed. I've got the figures that I've worked on, Commissioners.
Do you have them available for us, or could you, I mean, if you don't have them readily available for us, could you give us a table of what your current complement is, what your shortages are?
Commissioner, I have rough notes where I worked on. I can give the figures, and this is only for IBIS, not ballistics. I can give the figures if it pleases the Commission.
It would be, I think it would be valuable for us.
Commissioner, I'll start it first by the current. What do we have in each regions, and what is the shortage, and what is the ideal? At head office here in Pretoria, Commissioners, we have got 16 IBIS operators at the moment.
Sorry, Brigadier, might I ask if we now go back to paragraph 8, because it may be useful to break it down. So paragraph 8, you've got just a sort of fairly bland table about the regional spread of ballistics analysts. Maybe if you could break up that 58 figure in head office into, actually take a note, as you said, how many analysts that you had, I think, at acquisition stage. But can you do those figures, and then we'll annotate them with reference to these figures in paragraph 8?
Well, first I must just mention that those figures that are there, they include ballistics analyst and IBIS analyst, and they don't include the support staff. It's only members that are actively involved in case analysis between both IBIS and IBIS, the figures on the board. And we also excluded the mechanical, because we don't have a problem with mechanical subsection. Right. And the one that I have on my notes is now only IBIS, where I have the current, the ideal, and the shortage.
Can you give us those figures?
In Pretoria, which we called HQ, we've got 16 IBIS analysts. The shortage, according to the number of machines and the work volume, is 14. Ideally, you must have 30 in order for you to be able to get to all the work. In the KZN, you have got 7 IBIS analysts currently. The shortage, according to the volume, the machines that they have is 7. Ideally, you need to have 14. In the Western Cape, they have got 7 IBIS analysts. Ideally, the shortage is 7. Ideally, they're supposed to be 14. In the Eastern Cape, there are currently 3. Their shortage is 5. Total, they're supposed to have 8, which is an ideal. So you need a total of 66 IBIS analysts nationally to be able to run the equipment optimally in real time. In other words, we have got a shortage of 33. You have 33. You are operating with half shortage currently.
And you could accommodate those additional 33 without having to buy any extra licenses, any extra hardware. Your existing contract would cover them all.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Now, I want to put a scenario to you. You've been describing bottlenecks at those 3 different stages that cause delays, certainly in excess of a year, between when the initial ballistics examination, ballistics analysis takes place and when the system generates a hit that can be communicated to the investigating officers. If we jump ahead to an infographic that we'll get to later. It's on page 14 of your annexure file. And I must emphasize here, before we describe this infographic, you'll see the one on the screen has all sorts of redactions on it. That's because it concerns a number of cases which haven't yet been brought to court and are still, and the investigating officers are still gathering evidence, and they've asked us not to identify the specifics of the cases so that the suspects, other than the shooters, don't know that the ballistics confirmations have taken place. So I don't want you to mention any of the names of the cases, but let's just look at these cases. And the ones that are, these are the cases that have been linked to to 4 of the guns seized in Bramley. There's a 5th gun that comes from elsewhere. But what we see is more than 20 different cases. I think you even address it in your report. We see that 24 different cases were linked to the guns seized at Bramley at the time that this infographic was prepared. We saw, I think on Annexure M1, that by October it was now 29 cases. What that means is that 24 at the time of this infographic, 29 by last week, 29 different investigations had been proceeding in parallel with one another. Without the investigating officers in each one of those 29 knowing that the weapons used in their case were the same as the weapons used in 29 or 28 other different cases. And so you have detectives in one part of the country operating in isolation there, detectives in another part of the country running their investigations. If they speak to each other, suddenly, and they start pooling all of their information, Suddenly all of their investigations proceed at a much, much quicker rate. Some of them may even be tied up immediately. If your system operates with delays of more than a year because of staff shortages, the real cost of that is that you have these investigations all over the country where detectives are essentially working in the dark with reference to very important information about their cases. And a whole lot of wasted investigative time is being spent, which would be saved if the information in your system could be made available in a real-time basis. Am I missing anything in that proposition?
Commissioner, that is the real essence. That is our concern. And that is what we want to see being resolved. Because we have the capability to assist investigating officers out there to resolve their cases speedily so that they don't operate in silos. And the only solution to that is this system. But for you to be able to optimally utilize that system, you need to operate it on real time.
Just accepting that answer, perhaps also to put this proposition for your comment. The chairperson earlier spoke about the integrity of the human involvement in this process. Now, in this case, we've had evidence that I think it's Brigadier Makhotlwe, that he had not linked the casings, and the reason that the investigators decided to have another lab, your sister lab, look at this is because he had mentioned in a conversation that he's found other linkages. So and yet it wasn't in his report. That suggests that the human element is also important to achieve what Mr. Chaskalson is putting to you, that the linkages would have been established and the investigators would not have been working in silos, not aware that their cases are linked. I think the simple proposition I'm making is there is also an element of the integrity of your experts as well.
Thanks, Commissioner. If I can address that specifics in terms of timelines. My analogy is that in terms of the timelines when that conversation, the supposed conversation took place, it was around 2024, around October month. And the objective evidence that we have regarding IBIS is that the specific specimens was only acquired on the IBIS system on the 6th of September. So it was acquired after the conversation have taken place. And it has, again, to go through the process where it was viewed, which was in 2025. So if that conversation took place, whatever the member says to the investigating officer by then is neither here nor there, because he wouldn't have known at that point that there are these more than 24 linkages that IBIS has produced. The work had not yet started at IBIS when that conversation took place, commissioners. I submit.
Brigadier, we will go through that in detail because I think the timeline is important, and there is another important conclusion that I want to highlight for the Commission, which is that if that knowledge wasn't available in the IBIS system at the time, and yet it appears to have been communicated, it must have come from outside the IBIS system, which has its own implications. But we will go in detail through that timeline because, as the Brigadier says, at the time that the original conversation took place, or allegedly took place, which was May, and we know that some conversation had taken place because the letter of the prosecutor requesting additional protection for the detectives referred to that conversation and referred to it in August. when the prosecutor referred to that conversation in August, nothing had been entered in the IBIS system yet. So whoever communicated that to the detectives got that information from outside the IBIS system, not from inside the IBIS system. There was nothing in the IBIS system at that stage. But we will go step by step to show that.
I think the simple proposition that I was making was that even in that ideal turnaround time, that assuming you had all the resources and all the necessary stations, and you're achieving your ideal turnaround times, which has the effect that Mr. Chaskalson is proposing to you, it's still the human element, the integrity of the individuals or the people that your experts who interact with the system in real time is still a factor, would still be a factor. I think that's what I'm testing.
Although our processes are demarcated, if we're speaking of a ballistics analyst has a role where it comes and ends, and then the role of IBIS takes over. So if a ballistics has examined the case or analyzed the case and issued a 212 statement, he hands over to IBIS. His role is done. He wouldn't know what happened thereafter. Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
The second proposition that I wanted to put to you is that your IBIS system is of particular value in relation to organized crime. And I want to put that proposition to you on this basis, that if you have a random murder, someone gets into a fight, pulls out a gun and shoots somebody, chances are that usually that weapon is not going to be linked to another crime. Maybe, but in most cases I would imagine it is not. Is that, and maybe you could, if you think that something that I'm putting to you on this basis is wrong, just stop me as I put it. And then let me continue. If you're dealing with organized crime, taxi violence, political killings, criminal gang-related matters, there I would imagine that the incidence of the same gun being linked to several crimes is much higher.
Commissioner, we have seen that with taxi violence, the CIT, cash in transit, what they called is in Kabi, the hire for murders, the gangs. You'll find that there's one particular firearm that you see terrorizing a particular area. For example, you'll see the areas of Ivory Park, Tembisa. You'll see this particular firearm which has generated multiple hits, but the firearm is not recovered. We see that. And that tells you that there's one person who's actually terrorizing the area. You see that in areas like Harankua, in areas like when you go to the northern part of Port Elizabeth, in the gang-infested area in the Western Cape, you will find out there's this particular firearm that is going around, and IBIS is able to generate those intelligence to show that there's a firearm. So yes, it happens, and we have that experience that in terms of your taxi violence, CIT, either one of our suspicions was that, especially with CIT, was that maybe there's someone who is hiring the same firearm to different gangs, because you'll find that firearm, especially AK-47, you'll find one AK-47 that always appears in many multiple cases, but is never recovered. Now you ask yourself, is it still the same group, or is it hired to different groups? But we have a lot of those kind of cases, commissioners.
Because what my proposition to you is that where you have SAPs investigating those sorts of organized crime situations, the need for real-time ballistics evidence is at its highest. And so, if the system as itself is currently not functioning in a way that can generate real-time results, then you need one of two solutions. Either you need to provide dedicated ABIS and ballistics access and capacity to the task teams or investigation teams dealing with those sorts of crimes, like was the case in the PKTT, where they had dedicated ballistics capacity assigned to them. Or you need to have a system that will fast track their requests within your existing system. Because it's those kinds of investigations in respect of which instant ballistics results are so important. Do you have a comment on that?
Yes, I have a comment, Commissioners. I would say we need to capacitate so that you can be able to deal with the requests as they come. Not necessarily to deploy your resources to work with the task teams. Because at the end of the day, you need to maintain the independence of your analyst so that they don't become contaminated by working with the investigators and discussing the cases with the investigators. So if the lab is capacitated enough, it will be able to provide the much needed assistance to whoever organized unit, task team, whatever. You will be able to provide that services, but not necessarily to be part of that establishment. That is my take on that one, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Before you continue, Mr. Shaskalson, you, Brigadier, you gave us figures on the current numbers and shortages insofar as human resources or the human resource section of the ABIS is concerned. Have you done a similar exercise with regard to the ballistics analysis subsection?
Commissioner, I've done it, and when the Commissioner mentioned that the figures are there, but that is actually one area that keeps me awake at night. Commissioner, the figure speaks for themselves. I always say if anyone wants to appreciate the level of high crime involving firearms in South Africa, one must just visit my strong room where I keep exhibits. Then one will appreciate that we are living in a dangerous country. Commissioner, at any given point, I have more than 29,000 firearms, and each of those firearms, a victim has been killed. And I only have 42 analysts to handle that volume of work. My case manager commander approaches me not long to take me to the case, to the strong safe, to show me that, Brigadier, I have now run out of space to put my exhibits. I don't know where to put them anymore. I'm putting them in a bin because I can't file them. When I started with ballistic, we had one safe. Currently, we had to repurpose a museum to make it a safe. It's now full as we speak. We don't have space anymore. Like I said, we receive more than what we can process, Commissioners. So only Pretoria, 42 analysts. Those 42 analysts, they must take leave, study leave, sick leave. Any other, they must go to court, they must go for consultation. So you can imagine, Commissioner. So that is one area, Commissioner, that is giving me sleepless nights. I can only submit, Commissioner.
take it that most of those firearms that are in storage are unlicensed.
It's a variety, Commissioner, but the fact of the matter is are there because a crime has been committed. All of them, they've got case numbers. Be it as attempted murder, but the majority of them are cases where someone has been killed and they need to be speedily worked. If you check on the board there, if I have 450 cases that were registered in 2022, it's now more than 3 years. That case is in court. Now one can imagine what happened to the case. It's been postponed every day because of an outstanding ballistic report. And as a result, some of the courts are now relying on the Section 342, capital letter A of Criminal Procedure Act inquiry. They send you those inquiry to come and explain why is the delay in obtaining a ballistic report. And IO calls you, says, my case has been remanded for the last time. And now you must now jump the queue. You must jump those cases that were registered in 2022 and 2023 and address this recent case. If you don't do that, the court will issue a warrant of your arrest because they need you to go and explain why the case is old. And when I remark on this one, Commissioners, there's an incident where the former commander of ballistics was arrested on his last day of service, on his birthday. He was handcuffed in our presence because of contempt of court. He could not attend the Section 342A inquiry in Steelfontein in the Northwest. They put him at the back of the car, handcuffed to Steelfontein on a Friday afternoon when his friends had booked him a surprise present at somewhere in Delstrom to go and celebrate. That has to be postponed. We had to see to it that he is released on that Friday afternoon. And that is what we are facing on a day-to-day basis. Instead of me preparing the cases, I must travel to court and explain why the case is delayed. Out of maybe 70% of cases that we complete per month, more than 70% of them are urgent requests from court. So when that happened to our colleagues, we were in tears, literally. And that is what we are facing with on a daily basis, Commissioners.
Brigadier, maybe you could take us through paragraphs 9 and 10 at this point. I was going to deal with all of this at the end, but we've actually dealt with it now. So can you just explain these figures in paragraph 9 and then in paragraph 10?
Commissioners, I always draw statistics on a daily basis to see where we stand with our performance, with our production. So paragraph 9 is a depiction of our cases that were registered and still to be analyzed as of the 17th of October 2025. I've given the age analysis of those cases. As you can see, the head office, which is Pretoria, we are servicing 6 provinces. That's why our case volume is high. We are servicing Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northwest, Northern Cape, and Gauteng, and Free State. We have 29,000 cases that needs to be analyzed. And from these 29,000, in terms of age analysis, we've got 450 which were registered in 2022. They still need to be analyzed. We've got over 6,000 cases that were registered in 2023. They still need to be analyzed. We've got over 11,900 cases that were registered in 2024. They must still be analyzed. 2025 alone, we are already over 10,000 cases that still need to be analyzed. The same goes with KZN and Western Cape. What I've noticed now, Commissioners, KZN used to be the second highest in terms of the number of cases. But I see now Western Cape is starting to overtake the Western Cape, the KZN. And it makes sense when you watch on the news, there's always firearms that are recovered, multiple firearms in the Western Cape. Now you can see Western Cape has got over 5,000 cases that still need to be analyzed. Eastern Cape, they are quite a small office, but it's also a busy province. They've got over 2.5 cases that needs to be analyzed. When you add everything nationally, we have got over 41,000 cases, but that number fluctuates. If we check today, it's even more now because we normally rely on overtime. My office alone, financially, we get around 4 million overtime. This is the last month, we have already depleted that overtime. And that is the money that assists us at least to reach to the urgent request. So now we must wait for the next financial year to be able to see how much will be allocated. So without overtime now, we are just going to rely, I don't know, on our members, how we can push them. We are pushing them. So that is the reality, Commissioners, in terms of paragraph 9. It is that cases that are not yet analyzed, they still need to be analyzed. And some of them, depending on the volume. One thing that we have noticed now, I don't know whether it's a trend, maybe, especially with CITs. I've noticed that maybe it's easy nowadays to procure ammunition. Because in one scene of a CIT, you may find that you collect over 100 cartridge cases on the scene. And it happens a lot. So it takes a while to analyze those multiple exhibits. Maybe the criminals these days, in the olden days, you'll find one cartridge case of AK-47 and the other calibers. But these days, maybe it is easy for criminals to acquire ammunition because they don't spare them, they use them, they make sure. And that creates too much work for us because now it takes longer for an analyst to finish a case if it has got multiple exhibits. The second table, Commissioners, is the IBIS work that I explained earlier on. The figures here include the two last phases that I've mentioned, phase 2, where we view the images, and the last phase, phase 3, where we must confirm the possible hits. In Pretoria alone, we have got over 38,000 cases that...
Sorry, Brigadier, can I just clarify that? So are you saying that the figure in Pretoria, 38,343, that reflects cases that have already been acquired in the ABIS system, but haven't yet been reviewed or confirmed?
That's correct, not being viewed and confirmed. Yes, Commissioners, there's two figures.
And is this just, is this 38,000, is this 38,000 cases or 38,000 entries, or is it 38,000 possible hits that have been generated by the system?
Commissioner, I have a breakdown, but I just mixed them. I know we have got over 22,000, those that needs to be viewed. Then the remainder is those that have been viewed, they still need to be confirmed. So I added them together. So in Pretoria is 38,000, KZN is 35,000, Western Cape is 21,000, Eastern Cape is over 13,000. That gives you a total of over 108,000 cases that IBIS still has to work on.
This disproportionality or disproportionate numbers you've got between head office, which you say is 6 provinces, and then you have KZN, which seems to be seriously disproportionate. Is that a staffing issue? Is that a machine issue? Or is it just a crime issue?
Commissioner, it's the crime issue. If you check a province like KZN, largely there's many firearms in that province. And if you check Gauteng, it's Gauteng, and maybe Mpumalanga contributes a lot with the rhino pouching. It also contributes a lot. So it's the crime patterns.
But sorry, Brigadier, can I take you up on that? Because it seems to me that if if it was simply an issue of crime as opposed to staffing, you would see similar proportions in the ballistics table in paragraph 9. But it does seem that the ballistics section of KZN, roughly, the ballistics side of KZN is approximately a sixth as its number of outstanding investigators, approximately a sixth of those in Gauteng. It's just under 5,000 versus just under 30,000. Whereas if you look at the ABIS side, the ABIS backlog in KZN is just under that of head office in Gauteng. You've got 38,000 in head office, 35,000 in KZN, which suggests that the ABIS system in KZN is not processing cases at the same rate as the ABIS system in head office. And you do point out that ABIS in KZN is operating at a 50% staff complement. Head office is slightly better resourced. It's 16 out of 30 rather than 7 out of 14. But it does seem to me that there's a particular need for ABIS resources, well, across the board, but a disproportionate need in those other 3 provinces.
It is correct, Council, especially in KZN. We had this problem of capacity for quite some time. At some point, they were even utilizing some ballistic analysts to confirm their possible hits because they did not have anyone to do that part of the work. And therefore, it's not surprising that they are second after head office in terms of the backlog in that area.
And what that means is this incredibly powerful system that let me take a step back. If we look at where the real backlogs are, with the ABIS numbers at 108,000 versus the ballistic section at 41,000, what that's reflecting is you have an incredibly powerful system that you can't take advantage of because of all of these backlogs. You've got 108,000 possible hits that, if confirmed, will advance investigations on the ground significantly. But they're outstanding because you don't have the resources to maximize your use of the system.
Commissioner, it's a very painful reality that we're faced with. I take note of the observation. Yes, Council, it's painful, we know.
Dear, maybe lastly, on this topic, at least from me, what is it a function of? Is it that you're unable to attract people? Is it because you have been told not to recruit? What in fact explains your lack of the necessary human resources?
Commissioner, it's a mix of issues. For example, in the last recruitment, we were given a number of, for example, Pretoria, we were given about 8 posts which were advertised. But due to some red tapes in the system, we end up only appointing 1 person. And as a result, posts are withdrawn. And that does not consider the impact on those environments. So if we have 8 posts that are advertised, and because of the process, then you end up not appointing those 8. It's a lost opportunity. It's definitely a lost opportunity because for that process to restart again, in government, things takes long. So you are not able to replace your members as they resign or they go to other areas. You are not able to replace them because in some instances, you are being disadvantaged by some of those red tapes. Like I'm making an example of these 8 posts that I could not fill. And those were posts which we urgently need, but we were not able to fill them. We only had 1 analyst from those. So those are some of the things, commissioners.
And when you speak of red tapes, such as what? And I ask Brigadier because it's a topic that we are spending a bit of time on, and so it's clear that it has some significance.
To be specific on this one, commissioners, there were queries regarding the requirements on the advert, that the advert was too vague, it excluded certain individuals, and as a result, there was no appetite to proceed. Some were saying we'll be challenged if we proceed to appoint. So those are things that, in my view, are low-hanging fruits, that if you do your work diligently, you will be able to avoid those kind of things. For me, those are elementary, but those are the things that eventually end up having posts being withdrawn.
Mr. Chesko.
Can I ask, Brigadier, as you, those figures that you gave us in relation to resources that you need, do they relate to unfilled existing posts or to posts that would have to be created before they could be filled?
Commissioners, the majority will be unfilled existing posts.
And does your section have any strategy for attracting people to those posts? Yeah.
Commissioners, credit to the management of the Forensic Science Laboratory. They fought so much to implement what we called scarce skills allowance, where forensic analysts are receiving a certain amount called scarce skills just to retain their skills. Because in the past, our analysts were recruited by countries overseas for their skills. As a result, the FSL management at some point decided to implement a scarce skills in order to try to retain. It works to a certain extent, but you know, as human beings, sometimes the money become used to that allowances and you want more. But currently, in order to attract, this is what the lab has, a scarce skills allowance.
Thanks, Brigadier. Let's move on to a completely different topic. And from paragraph 18, you describe how analysts get assigned to crime scenes. And can you take the Commission through that process?
In respect of crime scenes, the standard procedure at ballistics is that 2 members will be on standby on a rotational basis weekly. They will be assigned vehicles and a cell phone. The stations or the LCRC members, they've got the contact details of the number assigned to the standby. If a scene takes place where ballistics is required, they will call that number, and whoever is on standby will attend. We pair the members in 2s for practical reasons that when we are in a crime scene, you must be able to assist one another. So then the members will report. In most cases, we have got a WhatsApp group. They will report and say, there's a crime scene we are attending, just for management to take note. So in terms of crime scene, that is how the process works, Commissioner, under paragraph 18.
And then, how does the process proceed from the crime scene all the way through to the lab? Can you take us through paragraphs 19 and 20?
The analyst will attend the crime scene, process the crime scene, take pictures, measurement, reconstruct the scene. On the scene, they will complete a crime scene report, they complete a crime scene form with the details of the case, summarize everything that they saw, and upon arrival at the lab, they will hand over the form to the case management for the case to be registered on the FSL system in order to generate a unique lab number for that particular crime scene. And once the lab number is generated, that crime scene will be assigned to the member who attended the crime scene. Between the members, they will decide. In most instances, you will find one first-time standby or second standby. They will decide who is doing the crime scene amongst them. The crime scene will assign to them. Then they must write a crime scene report explaining all what happened on the crime scene. And the crime scene, the case will then be closed on the FSL system once the crime scene has been issued to the investigating officer.
Now, in paragraph 21, you say that ballistics casework is allocated on a random basis to the analysts by the ballistics analysis commander. But it's not entirely random because you say it has regard to certain considerations. So what are the considerations and how do they affect the assignments?
One of the considerations, Commissioners, is that the member who attended a crime scene, if further evidence are brought to the laboratory, that member will continue with the analysis of that case. So the analysis commander will check before assigning the case. If this case comes as a second entry, he will check who examined the first entry. If it was a crime scene, he will check who is the analyst who went to the crime scene. And he will say, now they are sending a firearm, or now they are sending cartridge cases. So you, the analyst who went and attended the crime scene, you must now proceed with this case. So that is one of the considerations.
Can you explain why you have this policy that if one analyst attends the crime scene, that analyst should also deal with later exhibits that come in?
For practical reason, Commissioners, it just makes sense that you were on the crime scene, you saw what happened, you have got an idea. So you have already formulated, you have already acclimatized yourself with the case. So it makes sense that when the exhibit comes later on, you proceed, you have already started the work. It's just for practical reasons, it makes it easier. And again, you don't have to assign that one case to multiple analysts where they will have to go and testify on the same case, which may create problems when it comes to chain of custody and the likes. But for practical reasons, the person has already started with the work, so they must complete the work that they've already started.
And of course, in relation to that point you made in relation to multiple analysts having to testify, when an analyst goes to court, that takes resources out of your office, because it's not like the analyst arrives at 10 o'clock, is heard at 10 o'clock, finishes at 11 and comes home. Sometimes the analyst has to spend a day in travel, wait for 2 days while the previous witness finishes, and eventually can be out for several days, having to testify for only a few hours, or even less than an hour.
That is true, Commissioners.
You also refer to level of competence required for ballistics analysis. Can you just explain that concern? Why are some ballistics cases more difficult than others?
Commissioner, ballistics is an in-service training. There's no formal institution in any country where you'll go to university to study ballistics. It is offered in-house. We take you through to levels of training, in different categories of cases. And as you progress, we declare you competent on that particular level of examination. You are qualified. But all in all, for you to be a fully fledged ballistics, you'll have to go through 12 levels or 12 modules, 12 levels of stages of training. And that is determined by the degree of the cases that we analyze. So, for example, someone who's just started training with us, joining us less than a year, they will be examining small cases like only cartridge cases that to identify the caliber. So they won't be able, for example, to do cases where they are required to determine if this firearm is the one which fires these particular cartridge cases. So therefore, when you assign cases, this is one thing that you must also check, the level of training or competency. So as analysts qualifies, they are able to do more complex cases, which you cannot ordinarily assign to junior analysts that are still under training.
Thank you, Brigadier. And then if you can take us to your section about how the ballistics analysis is conducted within your section, starting from paragraph 23.
Maybe before you do that, Brigadier, on just that last answer you gave or explanation you gave, do you find that, are you able to say that you have a sufficient pull, at least in the market, that is the SAPS, taking into account the training that you've described? You have sufficient pool or human resources from which to draw to fill in these positions, and taking into account the different specialties?
Commissioner, when we advertise posts, you'll find out maybe we advertise 5 posts. We received over 200 applications. So the pool is there because of the number of interested people that are applying for those posts. So the pool is always there. The only thing is to have resources to recruit as much as you need. We don't have a problem with the pool, Commissioner.
And can I clarify, is that true both of the ABIS section and the ballistics section?
That is correct, Commissioner.
So if you can take us through the process that you describe in paragraph 24, which deals with the ballistics side before we reach ABIS.
Commissioner, for the purpose of this statement, I will outline the process of conducting a ballistic analysis of linking a firearm with cartridge cases collected from the crime scene. The analyst will receive the case in a sealed bag. They will open the seal, take out the firearm, and complete what we call the pro forma. The pro forma will outline the details of the firearm, the station. Details, I mean the caliber, the make, the manufacture of the firearm, detailing if the firearm is in working condition, and thereafter, he or she will then take ammunition for test purposes, go and shoot tests. And if there are cartridge cases that are collected from the scene and bullets, he will also document the information of those cartridge cases on another pro forma, specific for the ammunition and cartridge cases. With a test that he has shot, he will take the exhibit from the crime scene and the test as a reference to a comparison microscope and compare to see if he can see similarities between the two. If he's satisfied that there are similarities, he will complete another form, which is called comparison microscope form, detailing the results in that form. Then another qualified analyst must come and confirm the results in the microscope. In other words, this analyst will not tell this other analyst that these are my findings. That analyst must, by themselves, go into the microscope and look and see and write what they see and sign a separate comparison microscope form. If they all agree in terms of the results, then the analyst will proceed in his office and compile a Section 212 affidavit in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act and take it for typing or type it himself. And once the report is commissioned as a statement, then he will take the entire case file to an independent case review. The case review is to check quality. They will tick, they've got a checklist that they tick what they are happy with. If they are not happy with the examination, if there are typos, technical, they check technical and administrative review. If they are not happy, they will return the case file to the analyst to go and make corrections. Until they are satisfied, they will then sign and mark that case as a case that meets the standard procedure. And then they will finalize the case on the FSL system and close it. From there, the case will take another route to the case management, where it will be, the exhibit will be dispatched to the stations and the case file will be archived at the lab. So that is the process under ballistic. Then the case is final, the analyst is out. Then it will await for the next process of IBIS.
Thank you, Brigadier. There are a couple of questions I want to follow up on. First is to clarify, there are broadly two safeguards built into this process. The one is that there will be independent review. So your initial analyst, who is comparing the test cartridge with the crime scene exhibit, will have reached their own conclusion privately. Those same two artifacts will be handed over to an independent analyst who doesn't know what the original conclusion is, to look at under the microscope and to convey his or her results. And one hopes that they would usually coincide. What happens if they don't coincide? What happens if you have an independent reviewer who says there's a match, there's no match here, but the original one said there is a match?
Commissioner, it does happen a lot. And under those circumstances, they will call a third opinion. They will call another analyst to come and check. And whoever says it's positive, in some instances, I will ask him, I'll ask him or and say, show me, what is it that you saw? Then they will place the exhibits on the microscope and say, look at this mark and look at this mark. Depending on the quality of the mark and how I'm convinced, I might end up saying, yes, I see what you see. Or I may say, no, despite what you are showing me, I still don't agree. I see, maybe, yes, the mark I see, but it's not sufficient, for example. In my view, I wouldn't make it positive. I wouldn't make it positive. Then the third person will come and say, and eventually there will be some agreements after some persuasion and proving to the other one that this is what I saw besides what is there. It does happen a lot, commissioners.
And then at the end of the process, you have a case reviewer looking at the 212 document. What is the checklist that the case reviewer goes through? What is the case? The case reviewer is not looking at the microscope, for instance. The case reviewer is not doing their own independent analysis. They're just looking at the document that's prepared and that will ultimately go into the docket as a 212 affidavit. So what are they looking for there?
Commission, they will look into the forms that the analyst has used. I've mentioned a pro forma for the firearms, a pro forma for the ammunition. They will check the revision. On an annual basis, our quality process requires that we must review our forms, our procedures. When we review, we give it a latest revision number. So once a form has been reviewed and a new revision has been implemented, we must obsolete all the other forms. You still find some analyst who maybe for some reason still uses an old form. And those are the things that the reviewer must check and tick. Did you use the latest form? You'll check the date, the request, you'll check the covering letter. If the investigating officers requested you to compare this case with another case, they will check, did you address the request from the investigating officer? They will check the dates, the sealback numbers. Do the sealback numbers correspond with what we have received and what we have documented? So they tick, there's a tick checklist that they tick yes, no. If there's a no, they write no, the dates, or no, the sealback number is wrong. Then they return, then they'll say, no, the case must go back, you must go and rectify whatever they've ticked in there. So that is basically what the reviewers are doing, commissioners.
Thank you, Brigadier. So there is literally a form with tick boxes that they have to, that identifies what they've got to go through.
That is correct. And after that, they must sign their signature so that you can be able to track and trace who did the case, who reviewed the case. And then when they are satisfied, they will close the case on the FSL system. That also will show us who reviewed the case, the date in which it was reviewed and finalized.
Could you send through, it doesn't have to be immediate, but could you send us a copy of that form that the reviewer has to check through so that we understand exactly what those boxes, those boxes are? We'll have Captain Mkachwa and Captain Modisani coming to testify. I'm sure one of them, we can make an exhibit to their evidence in due course, because they presumably would know what that form looks like.
Certainly, yes, Commissioner. Unfortunately, I didn't bring a case file because it's always in the case file, so I would have just produced it now if I had the case file with me.
Thank you. We're now coming to the ABIS system, and a lot of the section that you describe from paragraph 26 onwards has already been touched on, so I'm going to ask you to jump around a little bit, because we shouldn't duplicate what's already happened. But the first point that you make is that the ballistics analysis process and the ABIS process are conducted independently of one another, that the ballistics analyst isn't the person who deals with the ABIS side of the analysis. And can you explain why that is the case?
That is true, Commissioners. In the past, we had a one-stop for all, where the ballistic analyst will analyze a case. After analysis, he or she will go to the IBIS station to acquire the specimen that need to be acquired on IBIS. During that process, we started experiencing problems because we had a situation where the analysts were saying we are adding extra work, which in terms of their KPA, key performance area, is not there, while you have a subsection called IBIS, which is responsible for all IBIS responsibilities. So because of that reluctance from the analyst, we end up having problems with the quality of images, which affect the quality of hits that you will generate. Then management had to take a tough decision that despite the fact that IBIS is understaffed, but will have to relieve the analyst of these responsibilities, and it must remain the sole responsibilities of IBIS. And from there on, we started to even go as far as generating a lab number for IBIS so that we can be able to account for the work that comes to IBIS once the case has been analyzed and completed at ballistics. It has to go through the process of registration where an IBIS lab number is assigned or to that particular case until it is assigned to an analyst and acquired on IBIS. So that is the background as to how this came about. And that created this independent between IBIS and ballistics. IBIS has a point where they end, ballistics has a point where they end, and IBIS has a point where they start and continue further.
Now, most of the rest of the IBIS process through paragraph 27.2 all the way through to 27.7, I think we've already addressed. Do you want quickly just to skim through those paragraphs, and if there's anything you want to add to what you've said already, please do.
Commissioner, I think I've covered all of them, Commissioner.
Then if we can go to 27.8, and so we've now gone through the ABIS process, we found the exhibits have been acquired into the ABIS system. The system has generated possible hits. The analyst has sat in front of the screen and has confirmed certain hits. The exhibits have been requisitioned. And another analyst has sat in front of a microscope and has confirmed that the hits that the system thought were good hits are in fact good hits. That analyst, then you say, prepares a new, or their own Section 212 affidavit.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And then 27.9, after we've now finished this process, can you just read 27.9 and explain it to us?
A Section 212 affidavit is submitted to the case management section, who will then dispatch the affidavit through the ICDMS. The ICDMS will then trigger the SAPS CAS system to flag the hits identified. This is the latest developments. In the past, we were working in silos. We were generating hits, sending the report to the stations, only to find out most of those cases were already closed as untraceable at the stations. We were not getting feedback of the hits of the intelligence that we are generating. Then there was an improvement that the system, where they linked the FSL system with the ICDMS, when you scan through the 212 report, it automatically trigger the CAS system at the station to reopen the case or to flag it. Whoever works on the station, the branch commander or whoever, will then be notified. When it goes on the system, they will take note that this case has linkages with other cases. And they will be forced to print the report on ICDMS and check what are the linkages. That will force them to start to follow those linkages. And as such, a credit to the detective services, they've also added this particular performance in the KPA of the detectives. So they are also being measured on how they follow those linkages. If they don't, they have been penalized So they must always make sure that they follow them and investigate so that there must be outcome. What happened to those hits?
But this is the first point, that the results of a match generated by ABIS get communicated to the investigating officers on the ground. You have an automated system here that will then go to every SAPS police station in the country, and if your investigation has now been linked through IBIS, you'll get a notification automatically at your police station that this is the case.
That is correct, Commissioners. That will be.
And to go back to our earlier discussion, up until this point, although it may be 2-3 years since you asked for your first ballistics report, you wouldn't know that the murder you're investigating is linked to 2, 3, 4, 5 other crimes in different police stations.
Definitely, you wouldn't know except the links that IBIS has generated and are communicated to the investigating officer, Commissioners.
And for those 2, 3, 4 years, you would have been pursuing your investigation without any coordination with the other investigations into a related crime.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Can we then move on to the audit trail? And can you discuss the audit provisions in the FSL system and the ABIS system that you describe from paragraph 28 onwards?
Commissioner, with regard to the IBIS system, for you to be able to gain access into the system, you must be registered with your biometric. In other words, if you are not registered with your biometric, you will not be able to access the IBIS system. And that is so that we can be able to know what happened on the system, because the system keeps logs, who logged on at what time and what happened. So it's for that purpose, track and trace. With the FSL system, you must apply for a password for you to gain access into the system. The password expires after certain days, and every time you must renew your password. So again, the passwords, no one is allowed to use someone's password. So there's in order to ensure credibility of the systems.
And so at any given time, you can see the audit trail, both in FSL and in ABIS, of who did what when.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And is it possible to modify the audit trail? Does anyone have administrator rights that enable them to override or add anything to the audit trail?
That is not possible, Commissioners, because you will see whoever worked on the case, the logs will show. So you'll still know if there was anyone who tried to do something on the case or whatever on the system.
My question is slightly different. Does anyone have the IT capability or the IT authority to modify an audit trail? Is there anyone with system permissions that would enable them to modify an audit trail?
Commissioner, the FSL system is managed by TMS. This is the administrator of the system. So they are administering the system. They are the ones that authorizes passwords. So if there are any audit trails that needs to be done, they will be the people that can answer in that regards.
And who are TMS?
It's the division within the Forensic Science Laboratory that is responsible for technology management system.
And do they manage both the FSL system and the ABIS system in relation to audit trails?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you, Brigadier. We're now finally, with a lot of background, going to get into the audit trail and the events relating to the Vereniging and Bramley cases. But I want to assure the commissioners that the background is very important, because one does need to understand in some detail how the system works before one goes into the specifics. So let's move to the ballistics analysis in both Vereniging and Bramley. And can you take up what you describe from paragraph 31 of your statement?
Commissioners, on the 17th of April 2024, a murder crime was reported and attended by Captain Mahotlo and Warrant Officer Masha, who were both on standby on that day. The members were called by Warrant Officer Malan, an SAPS official from LCRC, to attend the crime scene. The crime scene involved a murder of Mr. Swart, who was shot while entering the premises of his employer. A murder case 275 of 4 of 2024 was registered for the Vereniging case. Paragraph 32, while Captain Mahotla and Warrant Officer Masha were busy processing the crime scene in Vereniging, it was reported that suspects who shot and killed the deceased were arrested in Bramley, and that the suspects were found in possessions of firearms, ammunition, and cartridges. Case number 149 of 04-2024 was registered under the Bramley case.
And Brigadier, can I just stop you here? So Captain Mahotlo and Warrant Officer Masha were the members who were on standby, and they had the cell phone that whoever was at a crime scene was instructed to call. So that's the basis on which they were called out to the crime scene.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And in terms of your policies, once the suspects from Vereniging had been arrested in Bramley with possession of weapons, your policy dictated that those same two who had been assigned to the crime scene would now be assigned to the ballistics in relation to the Bramley arrests.
That is correct, Commissioners.
If you can continue that.
The following entries were recorded on FSL system regarding the Bramley and the Vereniging case. First, we start with the Bramley. Lab number 19304/2024 was generated for the Bramley case. The following two entries were recorded on the FSL system for the Bramley case. The first entry, this relates to the firearms that were recovered when the arrest was made. And this entry was assigned to Captain Mahotla on the 20th of May, 2024. He analyzed the case, and the case was finalized on the system on the 6th of June, 2024.
Can I ask, what would the finalization of the case on the system, what would have had to have happened for the case to have been finalized on 6 June?
Commissioner, it means the case, the case has gone through the stages of being analyzed, being reviewed, being archived. Then the reviewer will then finalize on the system. It means the examination or analysis on this case is finalized.
It's finalized, it's been reviewed, the 212 has now gone off to the investigating officers.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Second entry.
Then the very same case the very same case was again at a later stage, this year not long, on the 3rd of June. Again, an entry was registered on the very same case of Bramley with a request from the investigating officer His request was that, can you please check if this Bramley case is linked to a number of cases that they were given. I didn't give those cases here. But the request was that, can you check if this Bramley case is linked to these specific cases? And that case was then assigned to one Captain Mkachwa on the 3rd of June, 2025. And he completed the examination, and the case was closed on the system on the 26th of June, 2025.
And again, what would have happened, and we'll hear from Captain Mkachwa either later today or tomorrow, but what would have happened by 26 June is he would have conducted his microscope analyses of the of the Bramley exhibits against cases other than Vereniging. He would have reached his conclusions. He'd have prepared a 212 affidavit. Before he prepared the 212, he would have reached his conclusions. An independent analyst would have looked at the exhibits that he looked at, would have said, yes, I see a match here, no, I don't see a match there. I agree with your conclusions. He would have prepared a 212 affidavit. That 212 affidavit would have been reviewed by a reviewer. It would then have been signed off, sent back to the investigating officer who made the request to him, and on 26 June, the entry would have been completed on the FSL system.
That is correct, Commissioners.
If you can then take us to Vereniging.
Before you do that,
Yes, Commissioner.
the timeline in 35.1, is that your standard timeline? So the entry is on the 23rd of April, and then a few days short of a month, on the 20th of May, the entry is then assigned to Captain Mkachwa, and then it is completed about a week or 2 weeks later on the 6th of June. Is that the standard timeline?
Commissioner, I will say that I've spoken about the request to expedite cases. So on this particular case, there were requests from the investigating officers. Yes.
Is the answer that this is in fact not the standard? You usually take longer than this.
Considering the table that I've indicated, the Commissioner is not.
Okay.
These cases were prioritized.
And the same for the second entry, those timelines, it's because there's been those expedition requests.
That's true, Commissioners, that's true. The second entry was recorded, I'm now on the Vereniging case, 36. In terms of the Vereniging case, lab number 193051 of 2024 was generated. This lab number was generated on the 23rd of April 2024 in Pretoria. And it relates to the receipt of cartridge cases which were collected on the scene of Vereniging where the murder took place. There were cartridge cases on the scene. Those cartridge cases were then assigned to Captain Mahotle on the 8th of May 2024. He examined the case and issued a 212, and the case was completed on the system on the 6th of June 2024. Now, his 212 statement was dated the 24th of May 2024. That is when he completed his examination.
Now, can I again stop here? So his affidavit would have been completed on 24 May, but for this, would have been deposed to on 24 May. But for the entry to have been completed on the system by 6 June, the affidavit would have had to have been reviewed and okayed, as it were, by a reviewer.
That is correct, Commissioner. You will hand in your case for review today. depending on the availability of the reviewer or the volume of work that they have, they might be able to review next week, Friday. But your date on the report maybe is for today, the 27th. And the reviewer only get time to review it on the 31st. So there's no correlation between the date of when the report was signed off and the date on which it was finalized on the FSL system, commissioners.
But before 6 June, a reviewer would have had to have looked at that affidavit.
Certainly, when they finalized on the system, it means they've looked in that report first.
If you can take us then to the second entry.
Then on the 25th of April 2024, in Pretoria again, a further entry was registered, which relates to now a bullet. No, which relates to the crime scene that Warrant Officer Mahotla and Masha would have attended. Then he was assigned to this crime scene on the 20th of May 2024. He completed it on the 15th of May 2024, and it was finalized on the FSL system on the 27th May 2024. This one relates to the crime scene report of the Vereeniging murder scene.
And again, in terms of policy, that would have to have been assigned to Captain Mokgotlwe.
That is correct, Commissioners.
The third entry.
Then later on, around August, a bullet was sent to the lab, which was retrieved from the deceased, which comes from the mortuary. And it was registered on the 12th of August, 2024 in Pretoria. And it was assigned to Captain Mahotla again as a further entry on the 11th of October 2024. And he completed it on the 14th of October 2024. And on the 23rd of October 2024, it was finalized on the system. I must just, by way of comment, just make the following remarks with regard to this bullet, especially the date, which I want investigating officers also to take note. The incident happened on the 17th of April 2024. Now, one expects that the deceased will be taken to the mortuary where autopsy will be completed and the bullet will be retrieved. But when we check the date when the bullet was brought to the lab, it was almost after 3 months. Now one asks himself, where was that bullet between that period? If the incident took place on the 17th of April 2024, but the bullet was only handed over to the laboratory on the 12th of August 2024. May, June, July, August. So those are some of the things that also puts us under pressure, because when the IO wants the report, they will not consider the part that they played in order to delay the case. They will want you to finalize the case now. But when you check the timelines, surely the autopsy was not performed around August. I don't think so. So surely the bullet was lying somewhere, and someone delayed to deliver it in the lab. Just by way of passing, Commissioners.
Have you established when the post-mortem was conducted?
I'm just working on the timelines. If the deceased was shot on the 17th of April, surely it could not have taken 3 months for autopsy to be conducted on the body to remove the bullet. Thank you, Commissioners.
We're now going to move to the ABIS acquisition for for the Vereniging and Bramley cases, and this is quite a complicated section. Chair, we're at 5-1. I wonder if it might make sense to take the adjournment now rather than to start and then interrupt this section.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Good afternoon, all. We are about to resume. Please remember to switch off your phones. Thanks so much.
Yes, Mr. Shaskasi.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier, we were about to start on the APIS acquisition for the Vereeniging and Bramley cases at paragraph 39. And can you take the Commission through the process by which the Vereeniging, first the Bramley case was put onto ABIS? It's what you address in paragraph 39.
Thanks, Commissioners. Commissioners, on the 6th of September 2024, the samples which were analyzed by Captain Mahotle were acquired on IBIS system by Warrant Officer Modise. She used the ballistics lab number 193045 of 2024 belonging to the Bramley case. As per standard procedure described earlier above, an IBIS lab number ought to have been generated for the acquisition of these samples. However, due to the agency in processing the ballistic analysis, Captain Mahotle requested for acquisition of the sample prior to case management section generating an IBIS lab number. And as a result, the case was acquired without generating a IBIS lab number. Hence, it was acquired using the ballistic lab number. I attached the images from the IBIS system which were printed out indicating the images which were acquired on the 6th of September 2024, marked as Annexure MNM1.
Brigadier, we've already gone to those images, but maybe if we can just quickly go back. It's page 1 of the annexure bundle. And first, can you just point the Commission to where the case number is, under which it's acquired on the system?
Commissioner, on page 1 of 1, under the case number PTA 193045/2024 in brackets 1. That is the lab number of the Bramley case 149 of 4 of 2024. At the top where it says case details.
And if I understood your evidence correctly, that is the PTA 193045/24 number is the number that was assigned to it by the FSL registration and not the ABIS registration. And ordinarily you would have an ABIS registration number there as case number, but the FSL number was used in this case.
That is correct. That is correct, Commissioners.
And then to go lower down, if we look at the creation date under cartridge case exhibit details, or even the case details, let's not go low down. The creation date under case details, it's 9/6/2024 at 11:01:33.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Which would be 6 September on the North American dating system.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Then if you go to paragraph 40, you talk about this period of 24 May to 6 September. Can you just address the Commission on whether this just over 3 month, 3.5 months actually, period from the conclusion of the affidavit on 24 May and the entry into the system on 6 September is an ordinary time period, a quick time period, a slow time period?
Commissioner, if we may just look this in conjunction with a paragraph which is still coming, where the specimen was eventually registered at IBIS, given an IBIS lab number. One will realize that had this specimen followed the normal procedure by following the queue, it would have been acquired around December if the member did not request that it must be expedited, because we have records that it was only registered on the 3rd of December. Sorry, my apology for that. It was only registered on the 2nd, it was only, the lab number was created on the 8th of November 2024. That is on paragraph 41. So if you check when it was acquired, then it was acquired on the 6th of September 2024, not after being registered. After being registered, it was only registered on the 8th of November. So if one can conclude that it would have only been acquired in December if it followed the normal conveyor belt as I explained it to commissioners.
But I mean, I thought the question was, unless I misheard it, is to try and get an explanation for the lapse of time. So you've got the Section 212 affidavit at the end of, in May 2024, and and then you say that Captain Modise, I think it is, gets this. You say then on the 6th of September, the samples analyzed are then acquired by Officer Modise. The explanation for the lapse of time between the end of May and September, and considering that this is being done on an expedited basis, what's the explanation for that?
The only explanation is that upon handing it for IBIS acquisitions, we only have the date that we are working on, which is the 24th of May 2024.
Sorry, can I just intervene here, because 24 May is when the 212 was signed, but the completion at FSL was actually 6 June. So the reviewer signed off and completed on 6 June. So it's exactly 3 months, from 6 June to 6 September. And the question really is, why would it take from 6 June to 6 September to enter the ABIS system?
Yes. Through my analysis of precisely that, because it was also a concern from me that if you requested it to be expedited, then why 3 months only later? So when I listen to the explanation and look into the events, how they unfolded, I could understand. I mentioned about a bullet which was retrieved from the deceased, which was sent to the lab. Let me just refer back, on the 12th of August, 2024. What seems to have happened here, along the way, immediately when the member completed the case on the 24th of May, 2024, at that point, there was not much pressure coming from either the investigating officers with regard to the agency of the case. We know that there was a murder, it was treated as a murder like any other murder. So along the way, calls started coming when the bullets came. So during that period when he completed it, it will seem that that was later on, immediately the bullet came. So he waited to finalize the bullet in August. And when he handed over for acquisition, which took place on the 6th of September, it was after he has completed the examination on the bullet, which was received on the 12th of August. So that was the explanation which could address as to why that period.
But Brigadier, that can't be the explanation, because the bullet comes in August, but the 212 in relation to the bullet, if I remember correctly, was dated 14 October. So he'd actually entered the file into ABIS on 6 September before he completed his ballistics examination in relation to the bullet. We'll get a copy of that 212 from the case file, but I'm fairly certain that the data of if we go back to the entries that you discussed earlier,
Is it in 37.3?
I beg your pardon, Commissioner?
I'm saying, are you looking for paragraph 37.3 on page 17?
The third entry, indeed. The entry only gets assigned to him on 11th of October, and he issues his 212 on 14 October, and the entry is completed on 23 October. So the bullet happens after ABIS acquisition on 6 September. You do address, if you look at the top of page 19, you speak to a bottleneck that we actually didn't address earlier, which you address in paragraph 40 at the top of page 14, which is, well, maybe if you can just consider that paragraph and maybe read for the Commission what you state in that sentence that says in this regard.
Just paragraph again, Commissioner.
It's paragraph 40 of your affidavit. Starts on page 18, but it seems to me that the critical point is the last few sentences of that paragraph, where you deal about the bottleneck on getting into ABIS, just for registration, not for acquisition by the system.
The one which starts with turnaround times.
Let me take you to this point that you make. You say that the ABIS system at head office receives on average 1,700 samples per month to enter into ABIS. With a current full complement of ABIS analysts working full-time on the process, the section has the capacity to enter approximately 1,300 samples per month. So the existing backlog at head office is continuing to grow at the rate of approximately 400 samples per month. Now, what are you talking about here? Is that acquisition on the system, or is it about simple registration at ABIS? What are we talking about there?
Thanks, Commissioner. Yeah, on this paragraph, I was referring to the actual acquisitions of the specimens after all the administrations has been completed.
I hear you. So that issue there, 1,700 samples, an increasing backlog that increases by 400 per month, deals with acquisition, which is what took place on 6 September 2024.
That is correct, Commissioner. That is correct.
And is there any way of, if you want to fast track an individual file, is there a way of getting your file acquired sooner than 3 months?
The only way is when you jump the queue and pressurize whoever is available to acquire it as speedily as possible, but you'll have to jump the queue, Commissioners.
But on what you say in paragraph 39, Captain Makhotlo did actually jump the queue. Because if he hadn't jumped the queue, we wouldn't have a a ballistics lab number, 193045, in the ABIS system, we would have had the regular ABIS lab number that was eventually assigned on 8 November.
That is correct, Commissioner.
So he jumped the queue, but he jumped the queue after 3 months, as it were.
Yes, it's also something which, like I said, I also had to apply my mind and see what actually happened. But in reality, if you check the flow of work coming, it is possible. And when you consider when the case was eventually registered under normal circumstances.
Can we then move to the acquisition of the ABIS lab number? And that you address in paragraph 41.
As indicated above, the Vereeniging and Bramley samples were acquired in the IBIS system prior to an IBIS lab number being generated by the case management section. However, the case management section still, at a later state, generated lab 5655427/2024 on the 8th of November 2024. I referred to this earlier on.
Can I ask, how would that have happened? We've got Captain Makgotlwe bringing the file and jumping the queue in September. How would an ABIS lab number then get, how would the file go back into the system so it gets an ABIS number? What physically would have happened?
Commissioners, the case files are managed by case management section. Once a case has been finalized, it goes to case management, either for dispatching, scanning of the 212 report and dispatching of the exhibit, and for archiving. Because for the IBIS lab number to be generated, a sticker must be affixed on the front page of the case file on the far right. So if this is a ballistic case file, for example, you will have one sticker on your left and one sticker on your right. The sticker on this side will be the ballistics with the lab number, and the one on the right will be the IBIS lab number. So as they process those case files, they will check the one that do not have the sticker. According to them, it means there is still some work outstanding. It means they must still generate an IBIS lab number on that particular case files. So the only logic is that once the member who acquired the specimen under the ballistic lab number, once she is done, she returned the case file to case management. But because there was no explanation, case management saw it as like all the other cases that must still go to IBIS for registration. Hence, they generated a lab number on the 8th of November 2024. That lab number, then, therefore, because there was a lab number of IBIS, it has to, again, follow the process to be acquired. And only then, when the operator was supposed to acquire, when she opens the case file, she realizes that this case has already been acquired on the IBIS system. She then...
Can I just stop you there? This case officer would then be Warrant Officer Shihlangu. Is it pronounced Shihlangu or Sihlangu?
Sihlangu.
Sihlangu. I was several of your experts, not your experts, your officers yesterday were using Shihlangu. So Warrant Officer Sihlangu gets this file again on 2 December 2024. How would she, at that stage, know that it's already gone through the ABIS database?
Commissioners, there is a log that is attached inside the case file, which keeps record of the dates, sealbags that are open, events, So it's like a diary that is attached inside the case file, where you record everything that is happening with that case. So obvious, when you open, surely should have seen, you could have realized that there's records that a seal bag was open and the specimens were acquired. Therefore, I need not proceed with this case.
If you can then continue.
The person who generated this lab number, I've explained this, did not have sight of the fact that the samples had already been acquired on the IBIS system. And then on the 2nd of December 2024, the same lab number, 565-427 of 2024, was assigned to Warrant Officer Sihlangu. We have already explained this for acquisition purposes. Upon realizing that the specimens for the Vereeniging case were already acquired on IBIS through ballistic lab number 193045 of 2024, related to the Bramley case, she did not proceed with the acquisition of these specimens, as the specimen already existed on the IBIS database. She then took the case to Warrant Officer Mbiza for review. She's responsible for review. And on the 3rd of December, Warrant Officer Mbiza then cancelled the number 565427 of 2024 on the FSL system. And the reason given in the system reads incorrect registration. So, Commissioners, what was cancelled was an entry on the FSL system, which was not supposed to have been created in the first place.
And if you can just explain that, why wasn't this entry 56427 of 24 one that shouldn't have been created in the first place?
In the first place, because the specimens were already acquired using the ballistics lab number. So if the members had sight to that, they could not have proceeded to register a lab number again.
Can we then just look at the registration screenshots that you attach as Annexure MNM2 from page 11 of the Annexures file? And can you describe what we see on the first page of that annexure, page 11?
Commissioners, this is a printout from the FSL system, which contains the records of this particular case. It gives you the lab number of the case, the entry number, and the person to whom the case was assigned to. And then it gives you the details of the section IBIS. It also gives you the reason why the case was cancelled, and the comment cancelled, then the reason why it was cancelled.
And then if we go over the page?
When you go over the page, it's another window that you open on the system. It gives you the lab number of the case, the person to whom the case was assigned, the section. Now it gives you all the details. Now, the date when the case was registered, the date when it was assigned, and the date when it was completed, and the reason for completion, and the person who completed it on the system.
And there we see that cancellation is recorded as having been completed on 3 December 2024 by Mbiza.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And the third screen on page 13?
This is just the same window, but in a magnified, and it does not give the it does not give the entire information, but it's the same window print out, Commissioners.
Can you then describe the entries that are recorded on the FSL's admin system regarding the Bramley and Vereniging cases in KZN? Because you spoke earlier of entries not just at head office, but also at KZN.
Commissioner, at a later stage, the system will show that the Bramley case was then referred to KZN for further examination. When it arrived in KZN, they generated a new lab number 469673 of 2024. This case was registered on the 13th of September 2024 in KZN. And it relates to the exhibits firearms which were recovered from the Bramley when the suspects were arrested. And this entry was then assigned to Warrant Officer Kaida. He is stationed in KZN Ballistics. He finalizes the case on the system on the 4th of October 2024.
And the Vereniging case?
The Vereniging case, again, it was also sent down to ballistics in KZN, and a lab number was generated for the same case, 634383, which was generated on the 10th of December 2024. This was relating to firearms, and the entry was assigned to one Captain Mkachwa on the 11th of December 2024, and it was finalized. It was, Captain Mkachwa must just state that he was deployed from our office to assist the political killing task team in KZN at that time. The system was finalized on the system on the 7th of January 2025, Commissioners.
And the ABIS acquisition in KZN?
Commissioners, the Vereniging and Bramley cases in KZN were also acquired on IBIS system. A lab number 469673 of 2024 was generated for the Bramley case in KZN, and it was acquired by Warrant Officer Mkhize from KZN using lab number 507815 of 2024. On the 16th of January 2025, the Vereniging case with lab number 634383 of 2024 was again acquired by the IBIS in KZN on the following lab number 16554 of 2025 and acquired by Warrant Officer Mzimela.
And the ABIS number for that acquisition?
It is 16554 of 2025, Commissioners.
And those are the only entries in the audit trails on the FSL system and the ABIS system. Well, if we go back, from paragraphs 41 to 48, you have described all of the entries on the audit trail of the ABIS and FSL system for these two files.
In KZN, yes, Commissioner.
No, because if you go back to 41, sorry, you're right. I need to take you further back. It's from paragraph 33 on page 15 to paragraph 48 on page 21. You've described every single entry on the audit trails on the FSL and ABIS systems for these two cases, be it in head office or KZN.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And to the best of your knowledge, it's not possible to tamper with those audit trails?
Not possible, Commissioners.
Advocate Chaskalson, can I ask you a question here? Brigadier, if the system in Pretoria works so well, why did the 2 cases end up in KZN? What's the reason for that?
Commissioner, it's a question that I'm also asking. I'm asking myself that question, Commissioner. And I do not have an answer, Commissioner, because myself, as the custodian of cases in the head office, Pretoria, if there's any request, it must go through my office, and there must be a reason. If the client is not happy with my service, I've got a procedure to attend to client's complaint. So if it was because there was some unhappiness, there's a procedure to deal with that unhappiness. But in this instance, it only came under my attention at a later stage that cases were, in actual fact, being committed between the 2 labs on a regular basis. So I cannot give an answer as to what was the reason for that, Commissioner.
If I remember the evidence of the investigating officers, it was suggested that at least in the affidavits, there were some omissions, either deliberate or negligent, I cannot remember. And the ballistics reports were not done properly. Hence, it was resolved that the cases be taken to another lab in KwaZulu-Natal. Are you aware of that?
I only came aware after this year, and I attended to it. I'm sure it's in my statement. But we have a procedure. If that was the case, it happens, then we deal with it. So if that was the reason, but I was not informed when they were taking them as to what was. I only find out when it was brought under my attention that those cases were in KZN, that is when I happened to know about that. Okay, those cases, Commissioner.
Are you aware that in the 1112 affidavits, there were omissions relating to, I think, the 15 cartridges that were recovered in Bramley?
Commissioner, I'm aware that there were typos, type errors.
No, not typos, omissions.
Commissioner, I would like to explain, if I may be given an opportunity, what we said to be commission, what were they? I will have to refer to the statements because that it will explain exactly what happened. If I may just given leave to open that statement, Commissioner. It will be evidence leader, it will be MMN4, annexure MMN4.
That's the report on a non-conformance report.
That's correct, Commissioner. And then you go to the statements.
Okay.
On page 25.
On page 20. So this document, can we just explain to the Commission what this document is? So to start off, you've just confirmed it is a non-conformance report. When was it produced?
Commissioner, the non-conformance.
Yes.
Commissioner, it's in my statement. There was an incident and I was visited by the investigators on the 8th of January 2025. I'm sure I'm ahead of the evidence leader on this one. 8th of January 2024, which is covered in my statement on page...
It's page 24.
Yes.
And what was their complaint to you?
Commissioner, their complaint was that they came to look for a statement which they've discussed with the analyst. Their concern was that there were omissions of results in the statement. I then asked them to give me a copy of that statement. Upon perusing the statement, which is on page, which is the one which start on page 18, I realized that it was the statement.
Can I take you back, Brigadier? It seems that their complaints were. You've raised a complaint about omissions in the results. There are other, I mean, if one looks at the top of page 25, there are other complaints. There's a complaint about discrepancies in the initial affidavit, which would be the May 2024 affidavit, and the backdating of the amended affidavit that sought to address the initial problems. So
That
there
is
were,
correct.
and there was an underlying complaint also about an omission of results, an omission of reference to other matches or other hits. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
What was your response to these complaints?
I requested them to produce the report, which I went through in their presence. And indeed, I could see that there were typing errors.
Why do you describe them as typing errors?
First thing, Commissioners, I will go to the pages. When I checked, because they were saying that the findings of the 15 cartridge cases of AK-47 were not done. There was no reference to those findings. So I said, then I checked the statement. The first thing that I saw, I wanted to see if in the statement, did the analyst did the work? So when I checked on paragraph 10, firstly, under the microscope, maybe I will take the commissioner slowly so that they can understand, because you won't see it immediately. If you go to paragraph 10, I will read it for the record. I examined the fired cartridge cases.
Sorry, Brigadier, just because we're going to look at least two versions of this affidavit and possibly a third, can you just indicate where you're reading from? And I think you're reading from page 25 of the annexure bundle.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And that is a copy of the original report that was furnished in May 2024.
That is correct, Commissioner. I examined the fired cartridge cases and bullets mentioned in paragraph 3.1, paragraph 3.4, paragraph 4.9. I've cycled 4.9. I'll come back to that. Paragraph 4.10, paragraph 4.11, and tests mentioned in 7.2 and 7.5, and compared the individual and class characteristics markings transferred to them by the firearm components during the firing process using a comparison microscope, and found. I'm going back to that 4.9. If you go to the statement and check the exhibits mentioned in 4.9, I'll give the paragraph now, 4.9. 4.9 on page 23 is the 15 7.62 by 89 millimeter caliber fired cartridge cases, and mark them AA3A to AA30. Now, the analysis is telling...
Can I just stop there, Brigadier? Those are 15 AK-47 cartridges in the Bramley case that were found in possession of the suspects when they were arrested in Bramley.
That is correct, Commissioner. Now, when you go back to that paragraph that I read, 10, the analysis is telling you that I compared these cartridge cases with the test which are mentioned here. Now, let's look at paragraph 10.2 and 10.6 simultaneously. 10.2 and 10.6. If you check there, he says, the cartridge on 10.2, the cartridge cases mentioned in 3.4, I've cycled the 3.4. You go to 10.6, he says the bullet core mentioned in 3.4. Again, so you've got 3.4 there. That tells you that you've got a problem. Now, when we go to 3.4 to see the description of the exhibit in 3.4, 3.4 describe the exhibit as two 7.62 millimeter caliber fired bullet cores and mark them lap number AA3 and AA9. Those are bullet cores. So the findings of the bullet core is in 10.6. He says the bullet cores mentioned in 3.4 are not suitable for microscopic comparison due to damage. So we know that those core are unsuitable for comparison. So if we go back to paragraph 10.2, he started the sentence by saying the cartridge cases mentioned in 3.4. We have already dealt with 3.4, and we know it's not cartridge cases. Those are bullets. And they are unsuitable for microscopic comparison. But this paragraph says, these cartridge cases mentioned in 3.4 were fired in the firearm mentioned in 4.1. We go to the description of the exhibit in 4.1. It says one 7.62 by 39 millimeter caliber AK model 47 assault rifle with serial number 575363 with 4 magazines. He's saying now, these cores mentioned in 3.4 were fired by this AK. And we know now that there's no way you can compare them because they were unsuitable for comparison. So the mistake is glaring. And now, can it be interpreted as tampering? I say I have a procedure in place to investigate when we come across such incidences. And the procedure is to register a non-conformance, investigate. The investigation will tell you what happened. And in these instances, commissioners, upon receiving this complaint, I immediately embarked on that process to have this matter investigated. We registered a non-conformance, which is also attached under the same annexures. And through the investigation, we end up retrieving this report because it's wrong and replacing it with the correct, where there is reference to these 15 cartridge cases and the AK-47. Hence, I'm saying only through the investigation you can tell whether the mistake was deliberate, tampering, but it was investigated and corrective actions were implemented, commissioners.
Let's just to be clear, the mistake in 10.2 on page 25. 10.2 should have read as follows. The cartridge cases mentioned in 4.9 were fired in the firearm mentioned in 4.1. That's how it should have read.
That is how it should have been read,
So
commissioners.
the 15 cartridge cases in paragraph 4.9 were omitted, or there was an error there, however you want to characterize it.
I had to go further to check the comparison mic form in the case file with the handwritten notes. I noticed that in the microscope, the member confirmed the cartridge cases in them, and he has written notes that these 15 cartridge cases were fired from this firearm. So the only question is when he transferred the results into the affidavit, he made an error with the paragraphs. That was my explanation. That's my explanation, commissioners.
It seems to me there are two possibilities. The one possibility is it was a sloppy error, that in recording what happened to the cartridges that he mentions, cartridges and bullets mentioned in that first line of paragraph 10, a warrant officer, Makhotwe, instead of writing 4.9, wrote 3.4 and just got the cross-reference wrong. That's the one possibility. The other possibility is that it was deliberate, and it was an attempt to sabotage not the investigation, but the prosecution. But I want to interrogate the second possibility, because that is certainly how it was perceived by the investigating officers. But it seems to me that if you were going to sabotage the investigation or the prosecution this way, it would be rather strange. Because if you look at what else he says in his reports, bear in mind that what he should have said in 10.2 is the 15 cartridge cases that were found in Bramley, which wasn't the crime scene of the murder, were fired in the AK-47 seized in Bramley. That's what he should have said. Instead, he said something that ultimately is clearly self-destructive. But look at what he said in 10.1. He said the bullets mentioned in 3.3, and if we go back to 3.3, the bullets mentioned in 3.3 are AK-47 bullets retrieved from the scene of the murder. You'll see that at page 22. They're in the Vereniging file, and it's paragraph 3.3. So he positively confirms that the AK-47 bullets at the scene of the murder are fired from the AK-47 that the suspects are caught with. That seems to me the single most important finding in relation to the AK-47 in terms of linking the suspects to the murder in Vereniging, and that he confirms. But he goes further. He mentions in 10.3 the cartridge cases mentioned in 3.1, that's the Parabellum, the 9mm cartridge cases found at the scene in Vereniging, and 4.11, that we see at 23. That's one fired cartridge case found in Bramley. So both cartridge cases found both at the murder scene in Vereniging and at the arrest in Bramley are fired from the firearm mentioned in 4.7, which I think is the Taurus firearm, which was seized from the suspects. Again, if you're looking to sabotage the prosecution or the investigation, it's strange to tie the suspects to cartridge cases found on the scene of the murder and a cartridge case found in their possession at the time, because that would definitely link them to the murder scene. Then, similarly, 10.4, the bullets mentioned in 3.2. These are 4 9mm caliber bullets found on this murder scene at Vereniging. He confirms that they are fired from the firearm in 4.7, the Taurus firearm. So he has tied the suspects to the murder scene with his conclusions in respect of the Taurus and the AK-47. What he hasn't done is tied the gun in the possession of which the suspects were found to cartridge cases that were also found in their possession at the time. It seems to me that of all of the findings that one would need to convict these people, the one that is of least value is to show that when you arrest them and they're carrying empty cartridge cases and a rifle, the empty cartridge cases were fired from the rifle. You know that they had both the empty cartridge cases and the rifle at the same time. That seems to me the least important of all of the conclusions, and that's the one that he got wrong. So it does seem to me that viewed in isolation, this error certainly doesn't, of its own, point to a deliberate attempt at sabotage. But there are other mistakes that may make the situation different. So let me take you to...
Don't you want the witness to comment?
Well, can you comment on what I've put to you in relation to whether this is deliberate sabotage or just a sloppy error?
Thank you, Commissioners. My emphasis on the 10.1, the bullet. In the ballistic language, when one is able to link a bullet with a firearm, that, for us, is a big plus for the case as compared to the cartridge. I'm not undermining the cartridge cases, but a bullet, in most cases, is removed from the deceased. So if you can be able to link the firearm to the bullet which was removed from the deceased, you have undoubtedly placed the firearm on the scene. And under these circumstances, this is what the member has done. And I'm sure if he did that with a mind to sabotage, his brains needs to be examined. There's something wrong with him, because the evidence suggests otherwise, Commissioners.
Well, I just need to correct you on one issue there, Brigadier. These bullets were found on the scene, but not in the body of the deceased. Remember that the bullet in the body of the deceased is the subject of a separate report on the 14th of October. But for the record, I mean, we will look at that report with Captain Mkachwa. But for the record, that report, also prepared by Captain Makgotlwe, confirms that the bullet taken out of the body of the deceased was linked to I think it was the AK-47. It may have been the Taurus pistol, but we'll deal with that with Captain Mkachwa tomorrow. These bullets were bullets picked up on the crime scene. They weren't recovered from the body of the deceased.
Mr. Chesterton, if you're moving on, can I just ask on this?
I'm not moving on from the
Okay.
report as a whole, but I'm moving on from this section of the report.
That's my question. Thank you. Brigadier, and it's really me trying to understand, to follow your evidence, the cross-referencing that you're doing between the different paragraphs 3, paragraph 4, and then where the findings are made. What does it mean that in paragraph 3, for example, he says, I received an intact sealed evidence bag with, and then he gives a number, right?
Yes.
And then he describes what he found in that number, and as I understand it, of interest has been 3.4, subparagraph 3.4. And then you go to paragraph 4, it's a completely different bag where he describes what's in that bag. It's a different number. And he describes what he found there. And in fact, in particular 4.1, he says a sealed evidence bag, which is something that we're discussing now, and he gives a number there in 4.1. And then you go to 4.9, it's a different number. Now, given the cross-referencing, where you were referred at page 25 to 4.9, and you've done the cross-referencing to show us that, in fact, he did do the examinations and he's accounted for them, what does it mean that there are different numbers to this? Because in my mind, it suggests he had different specimens in sealed evidence bags.
That is correct, Commissioner, because these were two cases.
Yes.
He had the Bramley case and the Vereeniging cases, and each of the exhibits were packaged separately in a tempered seal bags. So he was referring to those seal bags as he opened them and as he received them, Commissioners.
Yes. So 4.9, as I say, it has its own bag number, right? It has its own sealed evidence bag number. Where does one see, from your explanation, that he's made findings about what was in that bag which has a number ending 207.
I read paragraph 10 where he is now giving his findings.
Yes.
And in that paragraph, that's where now he referred to all the microscopic comparison that he was doing, he was conducting, and he made reference to that paragraph 4.9, which tells me that it was part of his microscope work. On paragraph 10, I said he mentioned all the paragraphs with cartridge cases, bullets, which were supposed to have been compared with the test. And that 4.9 appears on that paragraph. It means he worked on it as well.
So do you say 4.9 appears in paragraph 10?
Paragraph 10, yes, Commissioner.
Where in the findings in paragraph 10 does it appear?
He starts with a preamble
Yes.
of what he is going to do.
Or of what he examined?
Yes, yes.
And then from 10.1...
Then from
up to
10.1, it
10.6.
started to be now specifics.
Yes, and that's a part I'm not understanding, and it may well be it's me, where you say he has made findings about the specimen in paragraph 4.9, right? So he says, I examined 4.9, the casings or the cartridge cases that are in paragraph 4.9. And then one goes to 4.9 to see what is in 4.9. And what you find in 4.9 is 15 7.62 by 39 caliber fired cartridge cases. So we know that's what is examined, and that's what he tells us in the first line.
Yes, Commissioner.
And then my reading of the rest of that paragraph 10 is from 10.1 to 10.6. He then tells us what findings he made
Yes.
in respect of those cartridge cases that he examined.
Yes, Commissioner.
What I'm not understanding is where in this 10.1 to 10.6 do you say he makes findings about what is described in 4.9?
Thanks, Commissioner. That is where I was referring to paragraph 10.2 and 10.6 and said that he referred to 3.4 in paragraph 10.2, and he also referred to 3.4 in paragraph 3, in paragraph 10.6. Then I said, it doesn't make sense that he will refer to the same paragraph in two different findings. He can't say in paragraph 10.2, cartridge cases mentioned in 3.4. And again, he can't say the same with paragraph 3.4 in paragraph 10.6, the bullets cost mentioned in 3.4. That in itself is a problem because it tells you 3.4 on paragraph, how possible is that you compare these exhibits in 3.4 and you made findings in two different, you made findings on the same exhibit twice. So the only explanation is that on paragraph 10.2, it was supposed to be 4.9 as opposed to 3.4. Because we now know that 3.4 are not cartridge cases. 3.4 refers to bullet core. And we are saying that those bullet cores were unsuitable for microscopic comparisons. So if you refer to the 3.4 in 10.2, definitely that is a mistake. As to how do you attribute that mistake is something else. That is what I was saying, Commissioners.
And the reviewer missed the mistake? I'm assuming the 112 was reviewed. So, sorry, 212.
That is correct, Commissioner.
In terms of the process you described this morning, you said these statements or affidavits would be reviewed. So are you saying the reviewer also missed that mistake?
Commissioner, when I checked the case file, the review checklist was signed by a reviewer. So no doubt, the reviewer also missed this. And not only this one, they also missed, if you check on paragraph 13.5, instead of saying 24 March, May, they say 24 March. 13.6, instead of saying 24 May, he says 24 March. So both the reviewer and the member missed those mistakes, commissioners.
Brigadier, in fairness to the reviewer, we've seen the case file. Again, it was something I was going to address with Captain Mkachwa. The reviewer actually did not sign off on this file, on this report. The reviewer was asked to sign off and circled no, and gave a set of instructions of errors, and cross-referred to errors that she had put in the Vereeniging case file, indicating what had to be corrected. So the reviewer, in fact, wasn't at fault here. The reviewer identified errors. But the question still remains, how did this report go out when the reviewer had said no and errors were not corrected? The reviewer didn't sign off a second time. It's an issue we'll deal with through Captain Nkachwa tomorrow. But there are other issues that I'd like you to, sorry, but just to get back to Commissioner Baloyi's concern. It's correct, I mean, everybody agrees that the reference to 3.4 in paragraph 10.2 is a clear error. It's contradictory for several reasons. One, 3.4 is not cartridge cases, it's bullet cores. Two, the bullet cores are stated in 10.6 not to be suitable for microscopic comparison because of damage. So if they're not suitable for microscopic comparison, you can't link bullet cores to a firearm mentioned in 4.1. And then also, you'd never have two different findings on the same bullet cores. And the one cross-reference which we don't see in 10.1 to 10.6 is the cross-reference to 4.9. To pick up on Commissioner Baloyi's query, and just to clarify what you said earlier, but what might not have been fully understood, is you have inspected the working notes of Captain Makgotle. We don't have them in this file, but you have inspected them, and what you saw, you just testified, in those working notes is that he did make the match from the cartridge cases in 4.9 to the firearm mentioned in 4.1. So his working notes reflected that match. And just to complete that picture, when he was asked, I think we've had evidence thus far, it's an annexure to General Kumalo's case. The prosecutor pointed out the discrepancy in 10.2, pointed out the fact that the cartridges in 4.9 were unaccounted for, and asked him to correct his report accordingly. And if we go to page 33 of the same folder, when he was asked to correct his report, he corrected it to confirm that 10.2 should, well, he included the reference to 4.9 in 10.2. So we do know that what he should have put in there was 4.9.
That is correct, Commissioner.
You've mentioned other errors in the report. You've mentioned the references to March instead of May in 13.4 to 13.6. In fact, you've got the same mistake at paragraphs 13.2 and 13.3. That's on page 25. None of those mistakes strike me as evidence of sabotage, but there is another mistake which may well be evidence of sabotage, and I want to take you to that. If you go to paragraph 4, in paragraph 4, what you see is he states the following. On 24 May 2024, during the performance of my official duties, I received an intact sealed evidence bag with number, and he gives a number, marked inter alia, Bramley case 140/04/2024. Now that number, that case file number is the wrong number. The correct number is 149. And I want to put a scenario to you. I may be wrong, but I want to put this scenario to you. The way that criminal prosecutions ordinarily proceed is, in advance of the trial, the prosecutor draws up a list of admissions that it wants the defense to make. It says, I want you to admit A, B, C, and D. And in a case like this, on that list of admissions would be the correctness of the ballistics report of Captain Makgotle. If the defense makes that admission, no one is called to court to testify in relation to ballistics. And the state closes its case, relying only on the ballistics report of Captain Makgotle, which is not disputed. Now, it is certainly arguable that if the defense has done its work closely and has spotted this mistake, they will say when the state has closed its case, or when they argue at the end, that none of the weapons seized can be linked to our clients, to the accused, because the evidence bag that the report speaks to is an evidence bag marked Bramley case 140/04/2024, and our accused case is Bramley case 149/04/2024. So you haven't shown a chain of custody from the scene to the ballistics examinations. So what we see in paragraph 4 may be a typing error. It may have been, instead of typing 0, he typed 9. They're next to each other on the keyboard. But it may also have been a quite sophisticated attempt to sabotage the prosecution. What's your comment on that?
Commissioners, I will explain this according to our procedure, our processes, not taking away what the council has indicated. When you read what that paragraph says, it says, on the 24th of May 2024, during the performance of my official duties, I received an intact seal evidence bag with the following number, marked inter alia. In our environment, that inter alia, analysts are taught that they must write it as it is. If the investigating officer has written a wrong case number, you document it as you see it, inter alia, as you see it on the package. So I see here the case number is wrong, but without having the advantage to see the seal back and see what was it written originally, I cannot comment whether the member did that with the purpose. But I'm just saying that if it is marked wrongly, you marked it because we have come across the same argument in court where the defense will say the bag that you received was marked this, inter alia. And you, knowing the correct case number, you write it according to how you know the correct you as well. Because they say you have now tampered with the chain of custody. That is not how you received it marked. You received it marked with this case number, but you wrote the correct case number. So it will be interesting to see in the original seal bag, how was it written? That is my comment with regard to that issue, commissioners.
And that original bag as I understand it, should be still stapled to the ballistics folder for the Bramley case.
That is correct. We do that, Commissioner.
So we can, Captain Kachwa, I think, has that file, and we can investigate that with him tomorrow.
That is correct, Commissioners.
May I just ask Mr. Chaskalson, does it mean, Brigadier, that from what you've explained, that you know the correct case number, but the evidence bag has got a different case number? Does it mean that your processes do not permit for inquiry with the investigating officer? So let's assume what you've said is what happened in this case, because clearly we know from the report that Makhotlwe knew the case number, because right at the top of page 22, there's Bramley Cas 149, so he must have known the correct case number. If he received the evidence bag with 140, saying the case number is 140, do your processes not require that he makes inquiry or permit that he makes inquiry with the evidence leader, with the investigating officer?
It does, Commissioner. If, for example, here, on the covering letter, the case number was also wrong, then in that instance, it means we are dealing with a different case number. But what I say, you write, you document it as it is. Sometimes you'll find out other investigating officers, for example, he may start with the case. He may not write the name of the station. Maybe write case number 140 of 04-2024, omitting the station name. You may not add the station name, even if you know that it's Bramley, because that's how it's written on the covering letter. But if it's a mistake that affects the case, which in any way is a wrong case, in that instance, we contact there's a form, there's a procedure, there's a statement that you complete, depending on whether you noted that mistake once we have opened the parcel or before. Then we return it back, or we make means to contact the investigator to come and correct and explain. But in this instance, it's a mistake, but it is, according to this paragraph, you document it as you see it. Hence, I'm saying this can only be ventilated when we see the seal back.
Can we then turn to the corrected affidavit, which starts at page 28. And if we look at page 28, or if we look at page 30, we see that in the corrected affidavit, the reference to, in paragraph 4, the reference to the Bramley case number is still 140 as opposed to 149.
That's correct.
When we go to paragraph 10, we see that the error in relation to the cross-reference has been corrected. So the 10.2 now refers to the cartridge case as mentioned in 4.9, which is what it should have referred to all along. And if we go to 13, we see that the errors on the dates still remain. And that's true. The wrong references to March are in 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, 13.5, and 13.6. But if we go to the signature page, on page 35, we see that the date of the signature still says 24 May 2024. And we know that this wasn't deposed to in May 2024. It was deposed to, we think, in October sometime that year, certainly after May, because it was only after the the prosecutor had written in September saying, please correct the problem in relation to the 15 cartridges. And that was also one of the complaints that was made by the officers who came to see you. What was your response to that complaint?
Commissioners, my observation when I went through this statement, there's only two scenarios that I think happened here. Analysts are doing their own typing. In the past, we used to have typists, but they resigned, and we no longer we don't have typists. So analysts started to do their own typing. So as they do their own typing, I think what happened is that if the analyst starts the case on the 26th of October and finish the case on the 27th of October, they happen to have that habit that they also type a date for the commission of oath up front. So if you check on 8.8, the date which is there was typed when the report was compiled on the 24th of May. Now, what happened now here, after a year or two, you are told that page 3 of 8 has got a typo error. Please correct the mistake. The analyst will go and look for the report on their typing folder and correct the mistake accordingly. But what happened is that they may not go to the last page to change that date. And the two scenarios is that either he may only press print current page and print only the page where he has made the correction, and go to the person who initially commissioned the statement and ask them to initial that page and insert that page which correction in the report. Or he may print the entire page, the entire report, without changing the last date on the last page, and look for the member who commissioned on their behalf or any other member and give them, because the date is there, the person who commissioned will sign. I'm not saying it is right, but that is what I think could have happened in this instance. That is my submission, commissioners.
While we deal with the commissioning, there's a further concern that I have about the commissioning, apart from the fact that the date doesn't reflect when the affidavit, the corrected affidavit was ostensibly deposed to. The commissioner on both cases, on both affidavits, page 27 for the first one and page 35 for the second, is a Warrant Officer Marsha. And Warrant Officer Marsha was the partner of Warrant Officer Makgotlwe when he attended the crime scene. Is that not right?
That is correct, commissioners.
I'm not sure what the legal consequences of this are, but I would suggest that it is not, that it would be good practice for your section to ensure that the officer who commissions an oath in relation to a ballistics report is not an officer who's had anything to do with that case previously.
Commissioners, now that the evidence leader is mentioning it, I fully agree that it's something that the section has to look at in order to safeguard our processes. Because certainly, one may argue that there might be some conflict of interest. The other member already has side to the case. So it's something that we'll have to look into it and try to put some measures to prevent it, Commissioners. I accept that, Commissioners.
Brigadier, besides the correction that we see, which Advocate Shaskalson took you through just now, in the non-conformance process, what discrepancies did Captain Makgotle himself highlight, and what explanation did he personally give?
Commissioner, the non-conformance is attached. It's handwritten. Firstly, there's a...
Is it the document at page 15?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Maybe you read better than I do. Can you please respond?
Section 1 is the description of the non-conformance. Case examination, Captain Makgotle, FSL, completed, Lieutenant Colonel Monakali, affidavit. Captain Makgotle examined case file with LEP number 193051 of 2024 and LEP 193045 of 2024. Paragraph 3.4, the examiner states that 2 fired bullets core were received. In paragraph 10.2, the same bullets mentioned in paragraph 3.4 as the cartridge cases. Paragraph 4.13, the examiner states that 1 cartridge case was received. In paragraph 6, the same cartridge case examiner mentioned it as a cartridge. Then they referred to the form that he completed. On ICDMS, the affidavit was scanned and confirmed date 2024-06-2026, and the corrections were made after the scanning, and supplementary affidavit was not scanned. They gave a reference number. And then the initial assessment, the error as mentioned above noted, the supplementary affidavit was created and corrected the errors and submitted for scan. So, in short, Commissioner...
Yes, I wanted to say in your own language, can you please explain this? I'm completely lost.
The person who was investigating this non-conformance was just stating the errors as they saw them on the typing, those paragraphs that we're referring to, where there was an allegation that the 15 cartridge cases were not compared with the AK. So they were mainly, at the time when the complaint came, they concentrated on those typing errors, Commissioners.
Can I just maybe follow up on that? If one goes to page 23 of the original statement, the examiner refers under 4.13 to 7.62 times 39 millimeter caliber cartridge case. In other words, an AK-47 bullet cartridge case. And he marked it, he tells what the markings were. And then in paragraph 6, he says he examined the cartridges mentioned in 4.12 and 4.13 and found that they consisted of a primer, cartridge case, bullet, and propellant. In other words, what he should have referred to in 4.13 wasn't a cartridge case, but an actual cartridge.
Commissioner, that's another mistake. Yes, 4.13 is a cartridge, not case.
And he corrected that at page, with a supplementary statement at page 37. And that supplementary statement, which was signed or sworn to on 26 February, corrects, paragraph 3 corrected paragraph 4.13, says paragraph 4.13 should read 1 7.62 times 39 millimeter caliber cartridge, not cartridge case. So the supplementary statement corrected that error pursuant to the non-conformance report. And if one sees the reference to paragraph 4.13 in the non-conformance report, which explains, or which had picked up this error. Brigadier, one issue which has confused me is that the non-conformance report refers both to the error in in 10.2 and to the error in 4.13 that we've just looked at. The warrant officer deposed to a supplementary statement to correct the error in respect of 4.13, but in relation to 10.2, he seems to have essentially just created a replacement page or deposed to a whole new affidavit. Why would you do, is there any explanation for that? I mean, surely the sensible procedure is just, if you're going to do a supplementary statement, address both issues rather than do the page replacement and present a document that purports to be an affidavit signed in May 2024 when you're doing this all in October 2024, February 2025. Why the two different procedures?
Commissioner, I take note of the observations, and myself as well, I do not understand because they were all identified under one non-conformance. They should have been in one report. So I don't know why he made two supplementary on the same mistake which we identified already, Commissioner.
Thank you, Brigadier. Before we leave these reports, there's one final issue that I want to raise with you, which is that when we consulted with Captain Mkachwa on Friday, he brought the case file with him. And what we found in the case file was an affidavit stapled to the front folder of the case file, which was a third different version of this affidavit of Warrant Officer Makgotle. And what that affidavit did is it corrected the only change that we could pick up in that affidavit was a correction of paragraph 4, so that the affidavit in the case file today in paragraph 4 no longer refers to Bramley case 140 of 4 of 24, but now refers to Bramley case 149 of 4 of 2024. Do you know anything about this third affidavit?
Commissioner, no, I don't have sight of that. I'll have to investigate and find out.
And before I raised it with you, had anyone even reported it to you?
No, Commissioner.
Sorry, Mr. Skelson, it's not part of our annexes.
It's not part of our annexes because I intended to deal with it with Captain Mkachwa, because he's the one who can actually confirm that that is in the case file today. Is there any protocol that could explain, well, that deals with a case like this? If you want to correct an affidavit, who should you tell, and where should it be reflected? Is there not some sort of log sheet or something that should reflect where it's done?
Commissioner, corrections of affidavit or recall or supplementary, that is all determined by either when you have a complaint from the client, when they check your report, when they discover that there's a mistake. The next course of action will then determine if you have to recall the previous statement and issue a supplementary report. Because in most cases, those are mistakes that are noted after the final report has been reviewed and finalized, scanned through the ICDMS, made available to the prosecutor, and in some instances, that's when such mistakes do happen. So in that instance, that's why we have a non-conformance procedure which we register and investigate to find out what could have been the problem. Is the problem with the system, or is the problem with the member? Is he or she negligent? Or only investigation can then point out the next course of action, commissioners.
And Brigadier, if there is well, let me put the question this way. Assume that there is now a third version of this affidavit in the case file. What should there be in the case file to explain the circumstances in which this affidavit was changed again? Should it be in a log sheet? Should it be in a... Surely something needs to be in the case file to explain what has happened.
I'll assume because the statement must be, if there was an error which was corrected, it must go through the review process again to be reviewed. Therefore, the log sheet for case review, I expect it to be in the case file with the signature of the person who reviewed it.
We sit now in quite an unfortunate situation where a very important murder case is potentially jeopardized by a succession of errors in relation to the ballistics report and a succession of, let's say, curious elements. A statement that has changed several times, sometimes without apparent explanation. I want to put it to you that in order to safeguard the Bramley and Vereeniging prosecutions, this ballistics examination should be redone from the start by a different ballistics examiner who's had nothing to do with it from now. And I just want to suggest to you that this ought to be an exercise that can be done. So let me ask you first. I am assuming that the exhibits themselves, the cartridge cases, the bullets, will still be in sealed evidence bags in your ballistics section, either in the Bramley file or in the Vereeniging file.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And the weapons that were seized at Bramley will also still be in your ballistics section in sealed bags?
No, Commissioner.
Where would those weapons be?
back at their original station, Commissioner.
Presumably with a proper chain of custody, and one would hope securely at the original stations.
Normally they keep them until the case is disposed of, Commissioner, so they should have them.
At any rate, the test cartridges that were fired from those weapons will be in your section.
They are filed inside the case file, Commissioner.
And those test cartridges have been fired both by Captain Makhotwe in one case and by Captain Mkachwa in another.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And indeed by Captain Modasani in a third.
And Warrant Officer Kada.
And Warrant Officer Kada in a fourth. So we will have no difficulty finding test cartridges that don't necessarily depend on Captain Makhotwe's reliability as a witness in this case to be used in this case.
Under the normal circumstances, when a case is re-examined, the analyst will want to test fire his or her own test, so that when he testifies, he says, I, so and so, tested the firearm and fired shots and compared them with the exhibits. So hence, re-examination of the entire case, because you cannot use someone's test. You don't know how we fired those tests, what materials they used. You can't testify based on that fact, Commissioners.
So a new examiner will have to get the weapons from the police station, fire their own test shots, and then do their own comparisons.
Our procedure, Commissioner, explain how a request of re-examination is done. And in the procedure, it means it's a fresh start.
But there's nothing preventing that fresh start from taking place at this stage.
It's a discussion, because there must be a reason. In terms of the procedure, you must hear what is the complaint and take it from there. So there must be a discussion regarding that. And for the record, on this particular one, a meeting has been scheduled on the 31st with the prosecutor involved in this case. And only then a decision will be taken after that consultation, Commissioners.
But, I mean, for present purposes, I just want to establish it is possible. If you and the prosecutor, or if that meeting decides they want a fresh start, it is still possible to do the fresh start and to reconstruct a new ballistics examination that will be capable of supporting the prosecution in the Bramley and Vereeniging cases.
Commissioners, the procedure is flexible. You might have seen on the news where an accused comes with a private expert, and the private expert says, I want to do my own examination. In that instance, the procedure says, if he has got a court order, he must be allowed, and he will do his examination. So, hence I'm saying it's a subject, it's subject for discussion in that meeting with the prosecutor concerning these matters, Commissioners.
Brigadier, the last issue on this report is that Captain Mkachwa will be speaking to, well, various aspects of his examination, and for that purpose he has to bring in the case file as well. Can you authorize him tomorrow not only to bring in this case file, but also the Vereeniging case file, so that we can see the reviewer's notes? Because the reviewer's notes in this case file just cross-refer to the Vereeniging case file, so the Commission needs to have the Vereeniging case file.
It will be made available, Commissioners.
Thank you, Brigadier. Brigadier, the last big topic that I want to raise with you is the success of the ABIS system in showing links in this case. And it's an issue that you tackle from the top of page 22. And before we address it, I just need to emphasize what I said again. I said earlier, which is that you have a statement with all the details in it. You have an infographic with all the details in it. The commissioners do too. But we can't show it publicly because some of these cases are still under investigation. So I'm going to tell you which cases we can refer to in your affidavit and on the infographic. It's 50.1.2 of your affidavit, Littleton case 167 of 8 of 22.
I'm here, yes.
You there? So that one we can refer to.
Yes.
We can also refer to the case at the top of page 24. Santon case 437 of 10 of 2020. And that I understand to be the attempted murder case against Kat Matlala in respect of the attempted murder of his former girlfriend Tebogo Topojani. We can also refer to the three cases in paragraph 51. The murder of DJ Somebody,
Yes.
the murder of DJ Vintos, the murder of DJ Somebody was Santon case 398 of 11 of 22. The murder of DJ Vintos was Orlando case 220 of 3 of 22. And the murder of Jonga Dontendleni is Orlando case 93 of 2 of 23. For the rest, I'm going to ask you not to mention case numbers or case anything that identifies the case. But can we first look at the infographic, which is Annexure MNM3. If we can just display it, because even with a lot of redaction, it remains quite a striking picture. So, without mentioning case numbers or cases that you can see on the infographic in front of you, can you describe to the Commission what this infographic represents?
Commissioner, our IBIS system uses what we call analyst notebook to simplify associations. And they design this infograph, which indicates which case is linked to this case, to make it simpler instead of going through the whole paragraph. So as the hits are identified on the match point, the operator will compile. And every time when they discover a new possible hit, you will add on this infograph. The infograph will grow, and at a later stage, they will start to retrieve all those case files that are mentioned here and assign them to an analyst to compare them physically on the comparison microscope to confirm if they were indeed fired in the same firearm as they are represented on the chart there. And in these instances, this is what the operator did for all these cases which were linked to the Vereeniging and the Bramley case. All those cases that are depicted there, they have an association of some sort based on their caliber. For example, the AK-47 is linked to this number of cases that are listed here. The 9mm Taurus is linked to these cases that are mentioned here.
Sorry, Brigadier, remember that you and we can know which cases are linked to the 9mm, which ones are linked to the AK-47. Maybe if you can explain which case is linked, which are the cases, if you can just refer, I think what people seeing the infographics can see is gun 1, gun 2, gun 3. So gun 1 is the 9mm Taurus seized in Bramley, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Gun 2 is the AK-47 seized in Bramley.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Gun 3 is the CZ pistol seized in Bramley.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And gun 5 is, I think it's the Sauer 9mm seized at Bramley.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Gun 4 relates to a different case that has a lot of overlaps, but let's ignore gun 4 for present purposes. So, using the references to gun 1, gun 2, gun 3, and gun 5, can you just describe, can you just repeat your description again?
Commissioners, as I was stating here, the gun 1, which was recovered from the Bramley cases, is linked to, the only case which I can mention here is the Santen case 437 of 10/2020, murder.
In fact, that's an error in the infographic because it's attempted murder.
Yeah.
Brigadier, I'm sorry about that. That is the attempted murder of Ms. Topojani.
Yes, yes, Commissioner.
So, one of the Bramley guns can be positively linked to that attempted murder. It can also be linked, apart from that attempted murder, to another 18 different crime scenes apart from Bramley or Vereniging themselves.
That is correct, Commissioners.
So this single gun has been used according to what your ABIS system has shown in 19 different murders or attempted murders, and plus the murder in Vereniging. 20 different murders or attempted murders that this one gun is linked to.
That is correct, Commissioners.
The AK-47, can you describe what your ABIS system has established in relation to the AK-47?
The AK-47, which was recovered from the Bramley case, is linked to other 8 cases, including the Littleton case 167 of 8/2022, attempted murder. And again, the Vereniging case. That is the AK-47.
So that is, this case seized in Bramley was used in the murder in Vereniging and another 8 different murder or attempted murder crime scenes. And 2 of those we can actually mention. The Orlando case 220, which was the murder, 220-03 of 2022, which was the murder of DJ Vintos. And the Santon case, 398 of 11 of 2022, which was the murder or attempt of DJ somebody in the attempted murder of people with him. Gun 5, the Sauer, which links have you been able to establish? How many links have you been able to establish to Gun 5? I'll point out this is not in your statement, so it's additional to your statement because these were not addressed in your statement.
No, Commissioner.
But if we look at the infographic, what does it show in relation to Gun 5?
According to the linkages for Gun 5, there were 3 additional firearms or cases that are linked to Gun 5, Commissioners. And the Gun 5 is also linked to the Bramley case as well.
And these 3 cases that Gun 5 has been linked to are all murder cases.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And
one has 2 counts of murder.
And Gun 3, the CZ pistol, has been linked to one other case apart from Bramley and Vereeniging.
That is correct, Commissioner, yes.
So your conclusion in paragraph 51 of the statement was that the 3 weapons seized in Bramley have been linked to 24 other different serious crimes through matches generated by ABIS. That was before you'd run the matches in respect of Gun 5. So 24 now becomes 27.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And if you go back to MNM1, you see on annexure MNN1 29 hits. And would that be the 27 we've just discussed plus Bramley plus Vereeniging?
That is correct, yes, Commissioner.
That is essentially all I wanted to canvass with you, but I do really want to emphasize the point that I made earlier, which is this ABIS system is extraordinarily powerful. And I don't think you're going to argue with this, but my own submission is that SAPS should be resourcing the section that drives this ABIS section so that it can get the maximum capacity out of that system that it can. You have 3 weapons seized in Bramley over a year ago that have now been linked to 29 other investigations across the country. That's information the SAPS should have had within a week of the seizure in Bramley. They've had to wait for almost, for more than a year to get that information. It's been a lot of wasted investigation time that could have been accelerated if they got that information instantly. You're nodding your head, Brigadier. Is that an agreement?
I totally agree, Commissioners. I totally agree.
Chair, from my side, I have no further questions for the Brigadier.
Brigadier, the last paragraph of your statement, the last sentence there. Accordingly, if the investigators were informed by anyone prior to Prosecutor Kusia's letter of 5 August 2024 that the weapons used in the Vereeniging murder case are linked to various other murders in different cases, the person who so informed them would have had to have obtained this information from a source other than the ABIS system. According to the investigating officers, that is Captain Mokhahle, through your investigations, have you been able to establish what that source is that you mentioned in the last sentence of your statement?
Commissioner, what I can say is that you you have a situation where the investigation, through their own investigation, they come across information that case X and case Y could be linked together. And when that happened, they write a letter to the lab and they request us to compare this case and see if there are any linkages. And in that instance, we will simply retrieve those cases from archives and compare them physically. There's no intervention from IBIS. So if I think on this one, there was an instant where probably the IO got some information that the Vereeniging case could be linked to the Santen case. I'm just singling out that request in particular. The Santen case 398-11-2022. And they wrote a specific request for those two cases to be compared. And indeed, when they were compared, a positive was made. So that could be the only way in which a person will know if there's an information that perhaps the same person who is arrested for this case, it could be the same person who committed this murder. Please, can you check for us? Then we say, this is a request, we do that, but they are not related to IBIS. So if anyone says that, but we were able to compare this case and that case, I would say, if there was an information, yes, it does happen, Commissioner. Maybe that's why this paragraph, maybe it was through that. I'm not too sure if it answers the question.
As I understand the investigating officer's grievance, their grievance is that it was Mokgahlwe who told them that the weapons seized in Bramley were linked to various other crimes. And they were disappointed when they then received the ballistics report from him, and it did not contain those linkages. And that's when they became suspicious of him.
Given the timelines, Commissioner, he could not have told them. Even if he did, he could not have known. Because we now know that the specimens were acquired when in September and viewed around 2025 and only linked with other cases now. So when the discussion happens between him and the detectives, there was no, and he was not at IBIS at that time. So he could not have known that these particular firearms are linked to so many other cases. I don't know how that discussion came about. Maybe he can answer himself as to the truthfulness of that statement, Commissioners.
Other than IBIS, is there another system that is used by the police that could have made that linkage?
Definitely no, Commissioners. This is the only system that we are utilizing.
Chair, I'm just indebted to Commissioner Khumalo because I haven't addressed this section of I'd lost track of where I got to. But I think the timeline is very important here. We've dealt with the audit trail. And that the key point in that audit trail, Brigadier, would be 6 September 2024, which is the first time that the Bramley Vereeniging weapons were entered onto ABIS.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Now, the allegation of the detectives is that when they met with Captain Mokgahlwe in May 2024, possibly June, he told them these weapons are linked to other crime scenes. And we know that the detectives certainly believed that, because if you go to MNM 5 August 2024, paragraph, this is the letter that the prosecutor writes to various senior police officers seeking protection for the detectives. In paragraph 5, she writes, The investigations also revealed that the firearms used during the commission of the assassination and found in their possession are linked to multiple assassination and serious violent crime scenes. So by 5 August, the prosecutor had been informed that the vehicles had been linked to other crime scenes. Now, that information couldn't have been obtained from ABIS because ABIS would only have been able to give you that information on 6 September. The detectives say that Captain Mogotwe told them that in May, June. He couldn't have got it from ABIS, but there is certainly a possibility that if organized crime networks had infiltrated the SAPS, he may have been tipped off that these weapons are weapons which are involved in many scenes. What's your response to that?
Commissioners, the timelines do not support that assertion.
Well, the timelines only tell you what ABIS would have been able to report. They don't tell you what would have been able to have been communicated to Captain Mogotwe either from criminals or from members of the SAPS who were in concert, acting in concert with criminals.
I still do not believe that anyone could have had access to this kind of information before the actual analysis even could take place. Whoever made such a statement, maybe they were just making a statement for the sake of it. But that statement is not supported by objective facts, Commissioners.
Well, Brigadier Amos, I do need to explore this further with you because the one set of people who would know where the AK-47 had previously been used and where the Taurus had previously been used were the criminals themselves. And in particular, the people who had engaged the hitmen at Vereniging to perform the hit in Vereniging. You accept that the masterminds, in inverted commas, of the Vereniging hit would probably know where that AK-47 and that Taurus had previously been used. Do you accept that?
If they confess, yes, they will make such a statement or a confession, Commissioners.
You see, I mean, you're right. This is an issue that we need to take up with Captain Mogotwe. But it does seem to me that the real significance of the timeline is that if indeed Captain Mogotwe said what the detectives say he told them when they collected their report in May and June, then somebody with links to the organized crime networks must have conveyed that information directly or indirectly to Captain Mogotwe, because he couldn't have found it from ABIS.
Commissioner, I will not comment on that one because I don't know really.
Thanks, Brigadier. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you, Brigadier.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.